Okay. Hello. Welcome. Hopefully the stream should be live in a second. Let's see if that works. We're just gonna open up our code. We should already had this prepared earlier, but life got in the way, and I got caught in traffic on the way home, so that's why the stream's just a couple minutes late starting. Apparently I've also just got like a shitty connection. That's not good. I'm dropping like a million frames. It doesn't matter because the reason I stream code. We're just gonna go with Runescape. Clone. Because apparently every project I work on is just a clone of a different project. Somehow I can get the chat open. That out. So if anyone starts talking, apparently I can't send messages because I'm not signed in. I don't know what the hell is happening with the fucking connection. It just keeps dropping it out. When I select this folder. Yes, I trust the author. Terminal, new terminal. Cargo init. Okay. Then we've got to go here. We go Bevy equals. Okay. I think it's out. I'm not sure. What the fuck's locking my mouse in place? The fuck? Make sure I put everything on the right monitor. Again, I was not prepared. YouTube said there were 2 people here, but who knows? That's not what I meant to open. Close that. Alright. Okay. So what's next? So I want to go to Crate and just see if I'm pretty sure the new Bevy version's in like pre-release, so I was gonna try to use that. Just to see. But I have to double check that because it versions. Yeah. Okay, cool. So just copy that. Oh, no. Okay. That's not the right code. Is it this? Let's do that. Okay, Bevy 15. Then I gotta remember the sneaky bit of code to be all like, package release. The profile dev.package.wildcard opt level equals 3. I think that's the bit of code I need to run to make it compile Bevy code in versions in release version. Next we need to go well, Bevy preload, and then we need to go main let mute app equals app new while we wait for the Rust analyzer to compile. Let app dot add default no, add plugins default plugins. I would normally have all this set up before the stream, but again, I got caught in traffic, so run. Okay, so we run this, and do we have to update our cargo? That's interesting. All right, we go here, cargo. No, it's Rust update. Rust up. So this should get us the new nightly. And with the new nightly, we will hopefully be able to compile the 0.15 version. I don't know why I didn't. I mean, they must be using a feature that's not compatible with the version of the nightly I had, which is like really old. So latest is September 17th, and I closed the terminal. I don't know what version I had, probably since the last time I reboot my computer, which should be let's think. When was that? That was like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when my Pong video came out. So let's just hide this off the screen again. So, what's the plan for today's stream? The plan is I'm going to try and make like a grid-based point-and-click character moves to location pathfinding style version. The original inspiration for this was I saw a video that showed that you can download RuneScape assets from the game itself and like use them in Blender. And I went, oh, it'd be really cool just to like use that as like a teaching thing of like you can download the model and then like teach people how to make like RuneScape in Bevy using the actual RuneScape assets. It doesn't look like it's going to be that straightforward because it's not like a website where you can just download the assets, though they probably are ripped somewhere. It's more like you have to open the game and using a plugin you can rip the asset, and then they're not rigged, they're just the model. So it's like, no, fucking clean up failed, permission denied. Okay. So it's not as straightforward as I was hoping it would be, but it's also like a still a cool concept of being like, here's some kind of game that everyone will recognize and know. It's somewhat big on YouTube at the moment, so hopefully it'll actually get views doing stuff about RuneScape, similar to how my Minecraft clone got a lot more views than my other content normally does. So we'll spread Bevy to a large community, and yeah, it's just an interesting concept of I've got like a three-step kind of idea for what I want to do, and I'm gonna try and stick to it, but it's going to be very broad strokes kind of thing of starting off going with like making the point and click character moves, and then I was going to do a terrain style where I'll show how to create a mesh that uses a height map to determine the vertex height so that you can end up with a terrain, and then using dynamic image generation to color the mesh based on the terrain height or biome, make it green if it's grass and brown if it's dirt and blue if it's water kind of thing, and maybe turn that into its own video of like how to create dynamic stuff. What are they called? Dynamic images in Bevy, because this afternoon or tonight my video on Textures Atlas has come out, and I talk about using dynamically created, like runtime created images that you then bake into an atlas. So that'll be interesting. The joys of starting a new Rust project where you have to wait, I think it's 6 minutes or something for it to compile on my computer. Anyway, we can start writing some code. So what we're going to need is to spawn the map. So map. We also probably want to make some structures. This is like when I do streaming, I like to do things better than I would do them in my own projects. Not sure why my autocorrects died. I'll have to correct that when the fucking autocorrect comes in. Resource. Come on. Okay. Struct. Sell assets. So sell assets, there's too many S's, is going to have the mesh. Say handle mesh. It's going to have a standard material. Wow, I really wish I could spell. Which is a handle, not has, handle standard material. And there's the correct spelling of material. Copy. Paste. That's material. Okay. So we have a mesh and a standard material, and then we'll derive from world, or we'll implement from world. Why is it still not compiling? There we go, resource. So next we need to import from world for sell assets from world, and then we're going to say that mesh equal world dot resmute. We want the assets mesh. So we're going to get our mesh assets, and we're just going to quickly go, we're going to add, and we're going to say, we just want this to be a shape shape plane seems right, but anyway, we'll go to quad. So it seems like Bevy shape. What the fuck is it called? Shape. I'm sure, unless they removed it. They probably did, because this is 0.15, which means it's plane quad. Okay. Cube. Cuboid? No. We're gonna give it 0.9. We'll give it like 0.1. I was gonna just do a flat plane, but apparently I don't know how to create a flat plane. So, and 0.9. So we're just gonna make it a square, just a thin square. So that's gonna be our mesh. That'll actually be the cells that you can click on, because we're going to start with just a purely flat plane to begin with. Because I was thinking about doing the generation first, but I feel like the title and thumbnail would be a bit misleading if I if I didn't start with the point and click movement style. Instead, I started on a terrain generator. So we'll then go let the material is going to equal world dot resource mute assets and the standard materials, standard material, and then we're gonna dot add, and we want to standard material. We need to actually create this whole thing. Texture, I guess it's color. Base color, and then I'm going to color white. Which I think you can just be default, can't you? Because you'll be purple if I don't set one. So we'll just use a default standard material. In the future, this is where we'll randomly generate or procedurally generate our material for the terrain. But again, that's later. So then we need to return cell assets. Wait, so we need this to be material, and then this will be selected. What? No, hovered, I guess. Hover, and then normal. Just for debugging purposes, we're gonna have a like a hover material, so that when you hover over a cell, like to know which cell you're actually going to be selecting. Why is that not working? There we go. Shift Alt. So we're just going material 2. Oh. Why is caps lock stuck on? The fuck? 2. That's a lot of spaces. Okay. 2. And then you're just gonna be that, but instead of being standard, you're gonna have a base color of like gray, I guess. Base color. Is it linear RGB? RGB. Huh. They replaced them. sRGB. Okay. So gray is going to be like 0.5. 0.5 and 0.5. Alright, and then default everything else. Right. So maybe go mesh. No, you just mesh. Mesh is the mesh, and the hover material is material 2, and the normal material is material. So this will generate all our materials and meshes when the game's loaded. So there we go. After we get our default plugin to add our we initialize our asset init resource, and then we say cell assets. So we're going to initialize all our assets. Then when we then we're going to run our system.add systems startup spawn map. Okay, so the spawn map is going to need commands. It's going to need our assets. Assets, which is going to be a res cell assets. Okay. Then we're going to, I guess, for 0 dot dot 4 x in 0 dot dot like 100. I feel like 100 by 100 is going to be a big enough map. Well, I guess it should be negative. Negative 50 to 250. Same with you. Like so, and then this is y. Except we should always increment the x and then the y. So that, and then we're going to say commands.spawn. What do we want to? Is there a color mesh bundle? Color material? No, that's 2D rendering. So, I want to see what other meshes there are because I always use PBR, but I feel like that's not the right one. Mesh raycast. That's new. Add this raycast to your system to cast rays into the world with immediate mode API to immediately perform a raycast and get the results. Wait, is this just base Bevy now? When the hell did this become a thing? Ray into the world from with the ray position at the origin pointing in the X direction, and there's that's interesting. Mesh 2D, mesh 3D. A component for 3D meshes requires mesh material to be rendered. Huh. Okay. I don't know what that actually is, but anyway, PBR bundle. I was looking at it. I'm sure there's like a way to use the normal mesh. That's interesting. It's a 3D mesh now, which now holds a handle. Okay. Assets dot mesh dot clone. So material is assets dot normal dot clone. And then your transform is transform from translation. Translation vex3 new x. What's so technically it's z, isn't it? I'm removing the y, so it's z. 0 and z as f32 as f32. Then we need to dot default. Wait, what do you mean? Oh no, something's deprecated and it's complaining. Let's find out which it is. What do you want it to be? What do you want this material to be? A mesh material 3DM. Okay. Mesh material 3. Oh god, that's terrible. Okay, first off, use of deprecated type PBR bundle. Use mesh 3D or and use the mesh 3. Inserting them will now allow always insert the other components required by them automatically. Wait, I've been wanting this for fucking ages. That's awesome. So, it seems like they've kind of said, fuck it to the bundles. Which, in some ways, is like, ugh. So, it's saying that that's all they need to do. This feels wrong. Now, the question is, will this work? We should probably add the editor, because the editor will really quickly tell me if it's adding everything. But that kind of implies the editor won't work, because there's no... I doubt it's going to be updated. It might be. But what that's basically saying to me as I read it is that it automatically, when you add a component, like, requires transform and visibility. And then does transform require feature Bevy's derive component requires, there we go, requires global transform. And then visibility requires inherited visibility and view visibility. And so it automatically adds them, I guess, if they derive reflect. I don't know how that works. But that is something I requested they had to Bevy fucking like 2 years ago, maybe. It was like, it would be nice if you could just save the component, because I was doing serialization and I was going like, it's really annoying that I can save the transform, and then when I want to load the I have to send the transform back. We also probably need to spawn the camera. Spawn map. We have them spawn. Okay. The question is, did everything spawn? Possibly, but we won't know because we can't see. Camera. Anyway, so yeah, I was doing serialization and I was basically saying like, it would be really nice if I could just save the transform and not have to manually make sure that I reinsert the global transform, because that's calculated at runtime. So why is it something I have to serialize and deserialize? And they implemented exactly how I said. Like, it'd be nice if you could declare a component. And I think, because I remember seeing like a pull request about that, is it may be possible that how they've just got requires, I think you may be able to also specify the default value, like if it's not already present, but maybe it can only be done with default. So who knows? Well, we'll find that out in the future, because eventually the changelog stuff's going to come out. But it basically means that bundles are no longer a thing, because you can say that this needs all these other components. So bundles, I guess, would still be useful, because bundles would be a way of saying like, these are all the components required for this thing to work in this particular way. Like, for example, the rapier has like a bunch of components that are optional, but you may bundle them together and say this bundle does this thing or that bundle does that thing. But you no longer need to be like, here's the bundle, because if you miss any of these, it doesn't work. Now its bundles are like, these ones are to get a specific behavior, whereas anything that's required can be added by the components, which is so good. Love Bevy. Commands dot spawn. We want a camera bundle 3D, like, yeah, ask away. Any questions? Welcome. Translating. Transform from translation. Oh, hello. Yeah, greetings from Australia. Surprise. Philippines is watching, but I guess you are in the same time zone as us, so it's only like lunchtime for you guys. Better be a few hours ahead and it's the end of your day. I'm not sure. I know your time zone's not too far off, because you're only like directly north and a bit to the east from where I am. X3. No. I guess no, we want to go y times 10 dot looking looking at target is vec3 0 and up is vec3 y. And then we just default everything else. And are you going to say this is deprecated? It is. Nope. Wait, we're changing it. Got a line through it. I don't know if it's got any GUI in the future. I'm using 15 at the moment. So I can't really show you. Do I have another project that I can quickly... got another version of code, and I'll quickly swap over to a project. There is an editor, but it's a third-party editor, so you'd have to like custom write stuff, but it does let you do editing. Surely Hex Game's got it. Maybe not. I'm just trying to think of one that I've got the editor in. I think the downwell clone will. We'll just cargo run this, and it's going to take a few minutes to compile, because I have literally just updated my Rust version. So we're just going to also quickly go here, say, hey, Rust Analyzer, please stop. How do I? Can you just stop? I'm just trying to get the analyzer to stop, because then it will compile the normal code first. Apparently I can't live me working. I think you just right clicked it. Okay. Anyway, when that launches, I'll show you. And there is an editor, but there is plans to add add an editor to Bevy. I just don't know if 15 is the version that they've added it, because as I just saw, they've got raycasting, which is like implies some level of physics was added, and that means this is a huge update. I didn't realize it was so big. Right. Western Australia doesn't actually do daylight saving time because we're like a smart part of the world. Fuck me, like daylight savings is the stupidest thing ever. Yeah, and the plan with building one is that they're going to the process called dogfooding, which is they plan to build the editor with the editor. Well, no, not with it. They're planning to build the editor with Bevy. I think Godot does this as well, where the Godot game engine, like when you open the game engine, that application was built using the editor or using the game engine. So like the Godot app is built with the Godot app. And the idea being that you learn like a lot of the niche cases, and instead of implementing all this stuff to get the editor to work, like all the UI, it's like if you like how the Bevy editor looks, you can just make your game look like that because they're actually the same widgets and stuff will be exposed, so you won't have to worry about that kind of like everything needs to be done twice. Anyway, let's look at this camera 3D while it compiles. So it's saying instead of using the bundle, I should just use the camera 3D component. Okay. This is going to take a lot of getting used to because I am so used to just sticking a bundle on everything. So first off, we need to stick the transform in, which should, well, I don't know, I still got a line drawn through it. There we go. Then we need to go to the ends and add the parentheses around it to turn it into a tuple. And then we need to add here, we need camera 3D, which I believe doesn't actually take any, oh, it does. Okay. We're just going to call defaults on it, but it does actually take parameters. There we go. Okay. So we also need to add that to startup as well, which is spawn camera. So, okay. Oh, so ECS remote protocol. That's interesting. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming that's to allow the ECS to be edited from outside of the world, but I don't really know. They reworked UI, which I think they've been working on for ages. I'm hoping that when you say they've reworked UI, that like they've actually pushed most of it, because a lot of the stuff that I keep seeing about the reworked UI is like they've tweaked like 3 or 4 things, renamed stuff, and gone like, yeah, we're working on the UI, and it's like. But I'm assuming it's more because lots of stuff's happening under the hood, and the renaming stuff is just the stuff they're pushing in versions that it's not done. Whereas, like, when they rehaul the whole thing, it'll all be one update. Yeah, that's probably a good way of looking at it. The other way is, it's like, if you want to learn and that it's definitely the right way to go, but even if you want to ship a game soon, it's more about if your workflow relies on pre-built things, like if you want to, like, as someone that doesn't really have experience, make a game, yeah, Godot's better because Godot's already got a lot of the tools built out. It's got a lot more tutorials. It's all there. Whereas just to show off the editor, but Bevy is like, if you are already someone that's going to make your own tooling, if you're already going to start from nothing and build your way up, like I think I saw someone, they made like a portal in Unity, and they're saying that it was the most annoying thing ever because they had to hack around Unity to get access to the like lower level rendering APIs to be able to render the portal, so that when something moved through the portal, it came out the other side. Like, they needed to hack around Unity to do that. Whereas Bevy, it's like it's all there, it's all available. So if you're already at that higher level, Bevy's better. But if you're just wanting to make something and want things to just work, then yeah, Godot. Yeah, it's because that's the same thing. Production ready is the question of like, it's more about your skill set's not ready, like is not advanced enough for where Bevy's at, because they're like, people literally write entire games without an engine, so it's like Bevy is leaps and bounds ahead of that. But yeah, it's not at the level of Godot where you can create an entire game without writing a line of code. Anyway, this is the Bevy editor, please. Got really distracted there. So it lets you like view what components are on things, and if the component implements the right stuff, like the camera, you can edit like the children and the center of mass, like if it implements the right stuff. Well, the great example of it's production ready is what's it, TinyGlade? Let's go to Steam. Try not to show off too much. Ignore the games I've been playing. I think TinyGlade's on Steam. Yeah, TinyGlade. TinyGlade was built with Bevy, or at least components of Bevy, which is one of the greatest advantages of Bevy, is that this was like the biggest press that Bevy got recently. So I think they used, it was either the ECS and they wrote a custom renderer on top, but they used Bevy's ECS. Like, this is a game that can be bought now that was made using Bevy, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So, like, it's purely like your skill point. Like, a lot of people talk about, like, Unity's terrible for making games, but Unity's not. It's just that Unity lowered the bar of entry, and people that aren't good at making games use Unity, because there's lots of amazing games that are made in Unity, and Unity's biggest shot themselves in the foot was they made you put the splash screen unless you were making, unless you paid them, which means that if you saw the Unity splash screen, it probably implied the person didn't make a good enough game that they were monetizing. And if you didn't see the Unity splash screen, doesn't mean it wasn't made in Unity, just means that the company had enough money to pay for the license. Like, yeah, that's also like Rust Bevy covering their own ass of saying like we're not production ready, because they change things between updates, which is like a not production ready thing. Of when version 1 of Bevy comes out, you can start making games, because it means that future updates guarantee that they're not going to break backwards compatibility with version 1. Whereas at the moment, it's like every update you have to basically rewrite like huge swaths of code, or sometimes just rename things. But it's that idea of like the deeper you dig into it, the more like advanced your game is, the more likely Bevy's going to break something that you have to then fix. Oops, I think I just closed the wrong one. Yeah, I did. Okay. Good. All right, we're gonna reopen the Runescape clone. So YouTube, projects, Runescape clone. Select. Okay, so when I run this, this should, in theory, spawn a nice big world of cells. Hey, look at that. Yeah. We do have a point. They are very talented individuals that have made a game, but that's what I'm saying. Like the level that Bevy's at isn't that you couldn't make a game with it. It's that you need the skill set to make the game with it at the moment. It's not just amateurs, and that Bevy's there to make certain things easier. But in a lot of cases, Bevy would actually make advanced games much easier. Like I said, people have to hack their way around Unity to do certain things because Unity just won't let you. Because they probably didn't think it was necessary, or whatever the reason that Unity doesn't let you. Okay. So we've got our world. Now we need to work out how to do raycasting. I don't know how to do screen space raycasting in Bevy, but it looks like Bevy has maybe not screen space, world casting. I don't know. I don't know how to do how would I do screen space forecasting? I don't know. Let's see if we can do raycasting and just work it out. Raycasting. Yeah. Sometimes things like end up like that, whereas like, you can spend ages trying to work out something, and it's like, yeah, definitely not worth doing. I do that a lot with projects. I really love hexagon grids, to the point that about half of my projects I start is me rewriting my hexagon grid code to then give up on my hexagon grid and never make the game past making a hexagon grid. Like, I'll get the grid working and I'll get like whatever gimmick I wanted. Like, I made one that like water would cause the hexagons to collapse, like when you put a water cell down, and then like it would dynamically generate the edges of the hexagons so that like as a river ran through, it looked kind of shitty because the whole hexagon was used instead of just like the hexagon that was needed to connect two water points. But the it's such a cool concept, but then I just couldn't get the rest of the game because I was just burnt out after spending fucking weeks getting these hexagons to render. I actually think I did videos. I don't know if I ever did videos of the water working. I believe so. It's the DFTG or whatever. Untitled UTDSG. Untitled Dinosaur Tycoon game. In that, I actually made like the hexagon grid. Like the water was kind of cool. I'm actually impressed that I made that. It could have been made better. One day I'll make it better. But that day, I keep thinking really cool ideas for games, and then thinking about a hexagon grid for it. I'm going, really just need to not do the hexagon grid because it just complicates too much of the other functions. Anyway, raycasting. So let's go down here and let's say ray. Ray. So Bevy mesh picking. Okay, so let's go. Bevy, Ray, no? How the hell did I? Ray. Oh, it's Bevy picking. Bevy picking. Okay. Pick set. Okay. Default picking plugin. Interaction plugin. Pointer events and handle event. Okay. Picking set group. The stages of picking process under shared labels. Okay. Picking behavior, an optional component that overrides default picking behavior for an entity, allowing you to make an entity non-hoverable or allowing items below it to be hoverable. So, see the documentation. Okay. This is the picking plugin. Is it part of the default plugins? We should check that. Default plugins. Picking. Okay, so we have to enable the feature, but is the feature enabled by default? Bevy interaction. Bevy internal. So I need to go to your TOML, and then we're gonna look for this. Okay, dependencies optional is true. So we have to turn on Bevy picking. So okay, version equals this. And then Toblerone ad. It's really weird. I've had YouTube Premium for like going on probably like 5 years now. It's bizarre when I use my YouTube account and accidentally watch a video, because I'll see ads and I like haven't seen ads in so long. I went to the movie theaters and watched all the previews. I'm like, oh man, I really want to watch all these movies. Because I don't see ads, I have no idea what new movies are coming out. So when I watched a movie, I was like, oh, there's all these cool movies coming out. And it's like, admittedly, they'll probably all be terrible. But it was just so bizarre to be like, I haven't seen ads in so long that when I see ads, I'm actively enthusiastic about the ads. I'm like, man, like these ads. But I can understand, like, when you start watching with ads, it's like you get the same ad fucking 100 times. And you're like, I know this ad, like the back of my hand. But when you haven't seen ads, it's like, oh, an ad. It's just quaint. Okay, so we should have picking now. So I don't know how the picking works though. So I'm assuming I need to put the components on you and say like picking a behavior, event writer, picking set, group. Okay, so I don't think it's that one. Raycast pickable. Okay. An optional component that marks cameras and target entities that should be able that should be used in the mesh picking plugin. Okay. Only needed if is set to true and ignore otherwise. Okay. Chicken. So ads for women's clothes. Okay. TOML and his improvement. Yeah. It's the interesting thing of like I'm one of those people that I always kind of went, advertising doesn't work on me, and to a large extent it doesn't. Not because advertising doesn't work on me, like I'm not special, but because they're advertising to a different target demographic, and YouTube really struggles to work out who I am in the sense of like, it knows my age, gender, and all that pretty accurately. But boy, does it not understand what I like, because it shows me ads for shit. Admittedly, again, I'm using my YouTube account that like I only post YouTube videos on. I only occasionally watch tutorials and shit for YouTube. But like the ads, it's just nowhere near. Yeah, it has been a long time since I went live. Yeah, I should probably look for. You're probably right. I should use examples. So I'm gonna go Bevy. Yeah, I kind of just stopped going live. Got depressed for a while. That was fun. I wish I could go live more, but it's hard to get a time when the it's quiet. Yeah, it's interesting because like you don't realize how much like everyone's sort of the same, or like you end up in your echo chamber of not meeting people that are into different things, and then you end up somewhere where you do, and you go, fuck me, like I'm the odd one out. Like I keep everyone I talk to, like, and that I'm friends with, it's like, yeah, I don't get cars. Like cars is like, I don't understand where the stereotype of men being into cars comes from. And then I started going to TAFE, and fuck me, every guy I meet's into cars. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how are you all into cars? Like, they're not that interesting. Like, I'm really interested in engines, but not cars. Like, I'm like, fancy cars, don't care. But fuck me, is everyone into cars? Examples. Bevy web examples? Picking? Picking? Nope. Okay, apparently there's no web examples for picking. Frequent asked questions. Official examples. Okay. Ugh. Okay, wait, you're saying that latest release? Oh, God. I think that's where I am. Yep. Okay. Picking? Nope. Apparently, so we just need to search in here, I guess. Picking. No. Okay. Animation, dev tools, maybe 3D. Should no. Okay. Can we just search for the word picking in the examples? I'm gonna search. I'm gonna picking. Just search the entire repository. UI picking. Scur picking backend. Mesh picking settings. Mesh picking. Well, we can stop an example. Examples picking. I don't know why I didn't show up before. Okay, so we need to set up our scene, which, okay. So we spawn text, click me to get a box, drag cube to rotate. So this is a node. Observe on click spawn cube. Observe. Get color. Okay, observe. Okay, base. Okay, light. Okay, on click spawn cube. On drag rotate. Okay, click. Trigger pointer click. Okay. Yeah. It's weird that like some people love GitHub, other people hate it. I don't use it enough that I end up with that issue of everyone goes, oh, it's so simple, just do this. I'm like, yeah, like same with regular expressions. Immensely powerful, but I don't use them enough to learn how they work. So all they end up doing is pissing me off because they don't work how I expect them to. Anyway, so the annoying thing with this is on click, yeah, but it trigger pointer click. Great use there. So the trigger is obviously how this thing knows when to run. I don't know what this pointer is. Pointer. Okay, an event is click. The click is the event. Where does the event come from, though? I think click is just a thing. Like, is click just something I can do? Can I just call click? I can. Okay. Fires when the pointers when a pointer sends a pointer down event followed by a pointer up event with the same target entity for both events. Okay. So let's go event reader. Clicks. I need to get something debugging because otherwise I'm never gonna work this out. Click. Is this gonna work? Because clicks just events. Can I do this? Can I say for click in clicks dot read? No, dot. Okay, something's not working. Because click is not an event. But you just said it was an event. Okay. Is it pointer? Click? Is that the event? Is pointer a click? Okay. Well, it stopped that error, so read, and then we say print line click. And then we're just gonna debug it out, I guess. So that implies that the pointer must be able to do other things. Yeah, actually, that is a good point. Like, Rust Analyzer is so good for navigating quickly through code. That's why I love the F12. Like, you go like, oh, where's this? And then I go here, and I'm like, now I can read the code, and it's all syntax highlighted. It's all in the same layout. What was it doing? I was trying to write a macro the other day, and I was literally getting it to panic the macro's output. Like, it was passing the macro and then writing it out. I actually have the code here in my little private project that I'm working on. We'll just, reveal some of my behind the scenes stuff. If we go to telemetry, I was writing a macro that means that, like, if you derive a type and then you derive this macro, it automatically adds it to a list, which is stored out here. And it adds it and gives it a unique number. And writing that macro, the only way I could test it was to get it to print, like, panic when it was what it was printing, and then I'd copy paste the error into the editor, and then it would syntax highlight the whole thing so I could work out what was going wrong with my code. Because getting Rust to write functional Rust code is not as easy as it is. Again, because it uses regular expression and shit, and I could not work that crap out. Anyway, so the pointer, which takes in a target entity, pointer ID, which I guess is specifically the mouse, because you can apparently have more than like mouse. Uniquely as pointer entity, mouse and touch pointers are automatically spawned. Okay. Pointer location of the pointer during the event. Okay. And then this is the actual event. E. Well, okay, because E is E. Okay. And this is the target, the original target of the pointer event before bubbling. I don't know what the fuck that means. It must mean that if you click on something, its parent gets it. Its parent like it bubbles up. Anyway, so we have somewhere. So there's a pointer. Yeah. Close. Fires when the pointer is okay. Or its current. Okay. Over. Fires when the pointer crosses into the boundary of the target entity. Okay. Camera. Yep. Okay. So are these saying like when the mouse enters the screen, when the mouse exits the screen? Is that what this is? Out, down. Fires when the button is pressed down over the target entity. Yeah, but what is the fucking target entity? Like, how do I specify a target entity? Click. Button, pointer button, okay. Primary, secondary, middle, okay. And then hit data is camera. So that's where it's come from. Depth, position, normal, okay. Duration between the pointer pressed and lift from the clicker, okay. Move. So, in theory, when we run this, it should just okay, well, apparently it's not going to work. Why are you not working? Access is denied. What do you mean access is denied? What are you on about? Weird. Oh, we've already got this open anyway. That's probably why access is denied, is because it's already open. Okay. So, it's definitely not working. Because it's not doing anything. So, it would probably help if I actually fucking. Don't worry, I'm an idiot. Dot add systems. This is update, and we need a system that is raycasting. So, kind of want to work out what components on things because they're still not doing anything, which is showing me that either I need to add more things like add plugins, and we need their picking. So it's not the picking plugin. It's probably the raycast pickable. No, that's not a plugin. Default picking plugin. Okay, one plugin that contains the pointer input. Okay, the picking plugin and the intersection plugin. This is probably the plugin that be most used. Okay, so if we add that one, is there like a default for that? Well, apparently it doesn't need. Okay, it doesn't need default because it's just a unit type. Okay, try running that. Is that going to work? See, the issue is I feel like this is going to crash because I'm 90% sure that when I check default plugins contained picking. Yep. Error. Pointer input plugin in group was already added to the application. Yep. Okay, so that's not going to fix it because they're all added there anyway. Picking. Like, what the hell? Back to the example. So click, spawn, somehow you spawn, but like you don't add anything. Trigger, pointer out. This is what changes its color when you hover over it. But it's not doing anything. Mesh picking plugin, I bet you is what I'm missing. That will probably be it. Yeah. Mesh picking plugin. Okay, then we want to just ignore this. We'll use that later. We'll just do that. Okay, let's try that. That might work. I was looking. I knew there'd be something that I'd be missing, like a plugin that activates a specific event. Hey, it clicked. Camera 08V. Okay, it's a bit odd. I'm worried that I'm spawning lots of cameras, because if the camera's V1, it means the camera reused. Oh, they've changed how entities work, apparently. Let's do a quick squiz on that one, because that's a 0.5 change if I've ever seen one. Thank you for making my most recent Bevy video. No, it's still index and why the fuck is it printing this bullshit behind it? I have no idea. Hit data, camera, sum, normal, duration, 100 and fucking something 50 milliseconds. Alright, I mean, it's working. Depth is 9.999664. I'm sure that's how far away from the camera it is, but because we did set the camera to being at 10, so that would imply that, like, I'll click over here, it's 12 because it's our hypotenuse. Okay. So I guess next we need to make like a character, I guess. So FN char. Okay, so make ourselves a character. Okay, so we'll make a spawn character first. Spawn character. This is where if I'd planned ahead, I would have had like an asset ready. Okay, so we need the... Yeah, I learned the other day when I was making my texture atlas video, is that you can just add shit to the asset server. Like if I just set asset server, I don't actually need to bring in specific things. I can just say like commands dot, let's say spawn. What's this fucking mesh 3D or something? Mesh 3D. I can just say asset server dot add cuboid. Alright, what do we want to capture? Capture 3D. No radius 5. Length. I think the length is the center, so 1. We need to do that. Like that will actually work. And then we want a material. What was it? It was a mesh material. Mesh material 3D. Then asset server dot add standard material. Base color there. Who's going to be red? I guess. I don't know. sRGB 1 0 0 dot default. Okay. Like that. Dot into. Wait, dot. No, it's this. Dot into. I don't know if that's gonna work. It should. Kind of need your position to be set slightly higher, so we need to go like transform from translation vec 3 new right, your 0 1 0. I think that should then have a little character spawned in the right spot. Then we're going to need like a current and a target cell. Yep, look, see, they're in the middle. Probably need to make them unclickable. We should also add some ability to move the camera, but we'll do that later. So we're going to need to make a component. This is going to be cell, target cell, and this is just going to be an I vec2. Okay, that'll tell it where it's going, and struct current IVEC. It's not technically current. Previous, but anyway. Previous. Can I spell that correctly? Apparently not. We'll just call it past cell. Alright. So this also needs to be a derived component. Okay, so I gotta somehow work out how to compare them. Anyway, and we're gonna say also we're gonna derive app component. This is gonna be struct path. And this is gonna be a queue. I don't remember how you. That's in maybe like TD collection queue. No. How the vec dequeue? Is it vec dequeue that I want? Double-ended queue implement with our rolling ring buffer, the default. I think it's this, and then we just want to say I vec. Yeah, and so the path will be that if I queue up. What do you? Oh no! Come on, component. Wait, what? Oh, IVEC. There we go. So the target cell is where they're going, currently moving towards. The previous cell is the cell that they were previously in. This will be used for determining not only the direction to point the player, which we should give them a forward face, but anyway, we'll work on that later. They're round, so you can't tell. And the path will be like when you click somewhere that's not just an adjacent cell, we'll use some kind of like A-star pathfinding, and then so it'll tell you you're going to go to here, then you're going to go there, you're going to go there. Oh, visual aid. I'm streaming. I don't know why I talk with my hands when nobody can see me. So it'll be like, if I clicked over here, it's going to say, okay, go here, then 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 here, here. Like that'll be the path. So it'll follow each individual cell, and then it'll, you know, but the path is like the longer way. Because if we just went straight there, first off, it wouldn't respect the grid. It would just go diagonal, which is what we can do to begin with. So when I click, it does give me the, does it give me the position it clicked inside? Target position, event hit position, at least the same number. So this is the world, no, that's the position of the mouse. This is the world position. I hope that's the world position and not just the position on the cube that I clicked. Did I click right in the center of the screen? Who goddamn knows? Okay, step 1. Raycasting. Click. So we should probably make a cell. Mute. I don't know, we need another component. Cell. And this is purely for no reason other than I want at some point to have stuff that you can't fucking click on. Or if you click on it, like you don't move there. So this is going to be called cell. It's going to do literally nothing. And then all map cells are going to have cell. Right. We should probably all give them an ID as well. That would definitely make the clicking easier. It would also mean that I don't need to have the cells directly aligned with the grid. So that might be a smart idea. So, it makes more sense to cast this down and use that to work out what cell you clicked on. Because it means if I do make the map bumpy, I don't have to have each cell be the bit you clicked on. You can click on the actual terrain. So, at the moment, I'm just making it only shoulder clickable. So, we just need to be like, query. Can I query empty? Is this actually something that Bevy will let you do? Well, with cell. I'm going to say if cells. Okay, it's not working, so no, it is. Okay, this cells dot contains click dot target. Well, I guess we'll put it into a guard clause. We're going to say if it doesn't contain it, continue. Right? And then, well, we kind of need the player as well, don't we? So we need to say player. Mute player. Query. We need mute next cell. At the moment, we're just going to make it move like the path to target cell. Okay, so next target cell. So, what do we need to do? We need to go target cell. Let me see the click player. Alright, so we need to say let pos equals the, I guess it's rounded. So we want to say click dot pointer location event duration hit dot position. Okay, so it's at sum. I guess it's more like if that sum. That pos. Okay, it's getting a bit complicated. So if there was some hit data else, we need to error click has no position done. Okay, and then we continue. Because that shouldn't happen. But there may be a really common reason, so I don't want to just crash. And then we say pos dot round dot ivec3 as ivec3. Okay. Technically, I actually don't want this. Because I think what I actually want is to say ivec to new. So we need to, well, I guess use the position, don't we? Position dot round. Make you mutable. You modify it? No, you return in place. So pos equals pos dot round, and then we say you. I guess we just turn it into this dot in place as ivec3. I don't know if that's faster. Maybe slower because it's doing one extra conversion, but I don't actually know. And then we're going to say pos dot x and pos dot z. Okay. No, you need to return that. So now it's an ivec2. Okay. Mismatch it. Okay. Right. That positive. Okay, so do that to cast that. Okay. Then we have the position, and then we say let some let okay player equals player dot get single mute else error no player return. Okay, and we say player dot 0 equals pos. Okay, cool. If let, okay. No, fuck it. Let player.0, then we just do the else, we don't need the brackets. Like that, and then we say we need you immutable. Okay, so what we are currently doing is if the player exists, we are setting their position to the cell that was just clicked. Apparently we don't need to make position mutable because we override it in place. Okay, so That's how our raycasting sort of works. So when you click a cell, you'll set the player's target to that cell. So cell raycasting. Okay, next we need to move player. So what this is going to do is say player. Technically, this should I'm going to say move entity, because this will then work regardless of if the player or not. Like the player specific for clicking, but in theory, this code should work on anything that has a target cell. So that means that if I add like monsters, they'll also move. So we need to query okay, entities. She's going to query for, we need a mute transform, mute current target cell, mute past cell, and mute path. Okay, so I guess for every entity we need to move, so it's for pos position target past and next in entities like so. We know immutable. Then each of these needs to also be mutable. So why do I always hit space before the fucking T? Mute. Okay, so we have our position, our target, our past, our next. So we need to, first things first, if target equals dot zero equals past dot zero next dot zero dot pop front if let, I think actually because it's short circuits I can actually do this and say and let sum. Does this actually work? That'd be really cool if it did. I don't know. Next equals next dot zero dot pop front. So if the target and the past are equal, then pop front next, and then we say self dot, oh no, target, you reference target, no, target dot zero equals next, like so. Continue. Okay, and then we say, so next we want to say, I guess we move. Wait, no, I want to kind of one frame delay between getting there and moving. So if pos dot translation dot distance squared to target dot zero dot as, that's annoying because it's IVEC2. I can't just extend it because extending it will cause it to be the wrong type. So we need to say like it's vec3 new. your x is target dot 0 dot x as f32y0. Well, actually, we need to say let pos equal pos dot translation. And then we need to make immutable. I'm trying to make sure that when we add 3 dimensions to it, we don't end up with a situation where you can't get to your destination because you're above the ground. Like because it's technically working on a flat plane, and if the cell's too high or too low, it's like you physically can't get there. So we need to say actually no, because I'm just trying to think, because we obviously don't want to. We could add the 3rd dimension, and then we could just scale the 3rd dimension by a certain amount and say like it can only be in integer steps. So the Q also needs to IVEC3. So next, why is next still an IVEC2? Because we didn't change this IVEC3. Okay, everything should still work except somewhere up here we're saying position. So sure, where you clicked. Okay, so we want to say position round, and then we want to multiply the position by a vec3. I guess we don't want to round it then. Alright, I'm going to say pos dot y equals, right, no. Okay, I'm going to call you target. I'm going to say target. Target.y is equal to pos.y times by, say 10. So there can be 10 y steps to every cell. Dot round. I'm planning too far ahead, but anyway. I'm going to say target dot as IVEC3. Okay. So then we do that, and then we do that, and then everything should be right. So basically, our Y position is added resolution 10 times higher than our X and Z. So that's all fine. So here, for some reason, we can't use let. Can we say if let? Does it work? No. Okay. So I think that doesn't actually work then, which is annoying. But yeah, so we do that. Let me say if let equals this. Okay. So if target equals path, if something else. Okay. So you're going to try and do that every time, which is a little bit weird. Anyway, so then we say position translation. So we take your position. And then we need to say pos dot y times equals 10 to get that into the right scale. And then it should just be if position dot distance squared from target dot 0 dot as vec3 is less than 1. Less than 1 in 3 dimensions. It should be like smaller than that. 0, maybe 0.1. Is it just so that once it gets close enough, it's good enough. Otherwise, you'll end up like being really close to it, but never actually reaching it. And the issue is that because it's cubed, it's going to end up like putting a distance of 1 doesn't actually mean a distance of 1. It's a square. Is it going to even work? I don't know. If you square negative numbers, do they? These get smaller, yes? What? No, 0.1 times 1. Yes, okay, so it gets smaller. The issue with that is that implies that if they're all within 0.1, it's a really small number. Anyway, this should hopefully work fine. So if it's less than that distance, then past equals target. Right. So if the distance is small enough, do that and continue. So that should introduce like a 1 frame lag between getting to a destination and actually being set as being at that destination. And then otherwise, we're going to say we need to not do that. You need to be, I don't know, stuff. Right, and then your current, and then your current. Okay, so we need to say pos dot translation dot lerp. Okay, so then we need to say target dot 0 dot as vec3, but we need to not target dot 0 dot as so we need to convert it to a vec3. Technically, I can then multiply as wave. Oh, it just seems like a waste of compute. Target dot y times equals divide equals 10. Okay, divide equals 10. All right. It's kind of depressing. There's no special ligand for times equals. Divide equals looks really cool. Look at that. Look at it. So zoom in. Get real close. Look at that. Look at that cool little fucking symbol. Anyway. Make it a little bit bigger. So we then lerp between that position. Now our timing. That's gonna be a little bit harder. One way to do it would be just to say you move 1 cell per second, and then just use the second of the game. But the issue with that is it's gonna end up with it being like if you start moving halfway through a second, you're gonna skip half the fucking movement, which would be an interesting mechanic of a game, like sort of like tick manipulation in RuneScape, where you can sort of like time things on a 1 second to skip. Like, so you're doing something and you skip because you're timing things right to correlate, like line up with the end of a second, but that just doesn't work really. Time raise time. So what we need to do is oh, we also don't want to. We want position transform to equal the lerp between you equal and then past dot 0 dot as right. That's also going to have the same problem as vec3. So if you're going to do that, we might as well say like this. Do this, lerp between them, then set u to equal to target, because it means that we're going to lerp two things that are multiplied by 10 on the y-axis, which should just result in the same result. All right, somehow, somewhere, we need to encode past. So past can probably just fucking have the time start. All right, well that means we need to say cell ivec3 and then do that and then say start time, which is going to be just an F32, I guess, and we'll just keep track of the start time. I don't know what happens if you feed a number greater than 1 into lerp, but we're going to say time dot elapsed underscore seconds minus past dot start time. Okay, and then cell, and then you go cell. Okay, so past cell equals that. So the time past time. Okay, and then we need to say past start time equals time dot elapsed seconds. Okay, cell. Right. Well, let's see if this blocking works. So every cell we raycast. This also means that you'll move pretty quickly when moving between cells that are really far apart. But that shouldn't matter because, again, the pathing code that I'll write later should mean that you're only ever moving to adjacent cells. Technically, error, no player. Okay. Get some. Why is there no player? Target cell. Right, because we need to actually. Where's our player? Spawn character. Okay. We need to give you a target cell. We can derive player. No, component. Derive component. I want to use this new thing. So we're going to say derive component. We're going to say struct player. Right. And then we're going to say you are a player. Right. And we can actually qualify our query for the player, wherever that was. Not move entity, it's in here. I'm going to say you are as player. There you go. So now raycasting won't move our other things if it does it with. So it's not has, it's with player. There you go. So then we're going to say, I believe it's just simple as required. No. So let's go to transform and just copy what it says. Where does it require? Okay. So player is going to require. Look, music hashtag. And it's opening and ending parentheses. There you go. Okay. So require not global transform, but instead target cell, past cell, and path. Okay. Are you going to complain that these don't have default? Yes, you are. Okay. Default. Default. And default. Oh, not default. Default. Hey, is it going to work? Let's find out. Wrong. So now when I click on a cell, it should set its target, and then when it has a target, it should move towards the target. Hey. Now, as I said, it's slower. The other thing is, as you can see, it's stopping really far away. Question I'm curious about is it stopping further when the cell's further away? So it's not getting to the setup, but I think that's because it's got to be that that's the thing. All right, we'll restart it. We'll if we just click on the cell we started in, it's not moving. Is that because I'm not clicking the cell though? Well, no, because it only works if it clicks the cell. So, but if I move here, it stops, and I'm just curious why it's stopping. It's got to be that this number's too big. Right, that our fudge value probably needs to be 2 orders of magnitude smaller, because that would imply that it's within 0.1 on at least 2 axes. Yeah, so it's just purely that 0.1 on 3 dimensions is actually really far. Like a distance of 0.1 is quite far. I guess it implies it's at least 10% away from the center. Well, it's also squared, so technically like 0, 1 would be 0.1 away from the center on at least 2 axes. Anyway. Okay. Oh, I do love it. Okay. So we should probably do some like nice debug code, I think, is what this needs. So so I guess normal. I'm gonna change this to target. Okay, and then we're gonna add another one called path. Right, like so. So ray. Okay, so our material needs the extra thing, so we need to just go that and then go 3, and then you path 2 to 3. So it's red if it's so we want you to be red if you're the targeting cell, and then like sort of like a green, a light green if you are if you're part of the path. Right. So next we need to add highlighting cells that are the target and part of the path. So what we can do is when we click the spawn character, when we raycast, we're going to also say that we're going to grab the player's path as well, because in theory, like when we target, we need to first off grab your pest. No. I guess it is technically good pest cell, and that's going to tell us where we actually are now. And like so. Okay, so we need to go here. I need to say click, position hit, position player pause. Where's pause coming from? Okay, so click, hit position. When are we using the player? There. Okay. So this needs to be changed to being past, path, and target. Right, like so. You also need to be mutable, and you also need mutable. So with that, 0. So I'm going to say that we're going to say that target equals position, and then we're going to say path dot clear. And then path dot push. And then we're going to say 0. So now no matter what, so you pick, it'll always just loop back to the start. Like dot 0 dot clear, 0 dot push. We need past for when we do pathfinding later. Push back. Okay. So it'll always ping back to the center. For debugging purposes, now we need to add stuff, and then once I've done that, I might clean up the fucking repository because it's getting a little bit hard to find shit. So we'll move all the stuff into the right places. FN color target. Okay, so we need some way of looking up all the fucking cells is the issue. So cells need to keep track of their ID, I guess. We need to make a resource drive. So struct cell ID cell ID to entity hash map ivec3. Okay. FNR update cells, and this is going to be a query. Cells query transform added cell. All right, and we need to mute cell map, which is going to be res mute cell ID to entity. Then I'm going to say for cell in cells cell map dot 0 dot insert cell dot translation dot round dot as vec3 ivec3 and then we're going to insert we need the entity as well. Entity. Like so. Oops. Entity, like so. Okay, so entity. The fun thing of an ECS that I need to pull out a part of the ECS so that I can access this, because otherwise I have to iterate through every single cell and then calculate its ID or save the ID on the cell themselves, which still needs to be iterated through every cell. This way I can look up what entity is. And the main reason I'm doing it this way is it means that I can add whatever components to a cell. I don't need to have a cell to be of a strict type structure. Update cell. So this runs okay. So update cells runs, and this, and then we want to say if dot is sum error. I guess it's one cell is duplicated, and then we say cell dot translation dot round dot as ivec3. Okay, so if there's a duplicate cell, you just want it. Okay. Thank you. So basically, it will add each cell to the hash map so that I can look up the ID to get the entity. So then when we come down here, not raycasting, color target, we need to say cell map, which is going to be res and cell ID to entity map. And then from there we say we also need cells, which is going to be a query for mute standard mesh 3D material standard material, like so. And then we need targeting. It just needs to be a query. I guess we just need a reference to its targeting. Target cell, and then changed target cell. Like so, and then we say for targeting. In, well, I guess it's target, isn't it? Target in targeting. So for every targeting cell, we go say let ID, what, let some ID equals dot get, or 0 dot get targeting dot 0, need a reference to it, and else error cell not in map, and then we say targeting 0. Do that, okay, and then we say that's the entity, and we can just be like dot cloned. Okay, well, it's copied, isn't it? Copied. Right. So we have our entity like this. So right, continue. Okay, yeah, so you do that, and then you say if let okay cell equals cells dot get mute ID. Else error cell not cell entity cell entity missing material. Okay, missing material, which is ID, and then it's not ID, it's targeting target.0 ID. Okay, and then you continue. I don't know, I'm going out of my way to write good concise debug code here. Right, you need to be mutable so we can access you mutably. Okay, so we need our assets. So actually, say assets, which is res. Right, and then we say cell.0 equals assets dot target material dot clone. Technically, we clone it weak because I don't actually need it, but anyway. Like, I'm guaranteed that the assets isn't going to get dropped, but you know, clone it. So color target, like so, and then we want to copy this basically wholesale, but we're going to say instead of targeting, I'm going to say path, path, color, path. I'm also going to change this. Maybe not. I was thinking I should probably make it so that we only display the player's path, but again, if we add mobs and entities at any point, it would probably be nice, like if we're debugging it, to see where everything's trying to pathfind, and you know, at some point you probably restrict it to a specific thing being selected, but for now we should just make everything show up. So we seem to say changed path, and then so here we're gonna say ID get, okay, so for target in target dot getter, like so, And we can do this whole thing again, except this is path color. Path material. Okay. Dot 0. So we're going to iterate through all of the target stuff. You don't need to be referenced, you're already a reference. Okay, so then we want to color path as well. So color target. So I think this we need to instead go something like this and say config debug assertions app.add systems update. So for those that don't know, this is how you make code that will only run in debug mode. So we're going to expose to and then paste them down here. So basically I've told it that only when debug assertion is enabled does this piece of code get added, and therefore the coloring will only run in debug mode. Then we come here and we say run, and we check out to see if it works. Yeah, my guess that's happening because like I'm dropping frames. I don't know why my internet is so shitty. Apparently I've dropped 44.8% of all the frames it sent. So maybe it's fucking doing a resolution that's stupidly high or something. Like it could possibly be that I didn't set up something right when I rebuilt my computer, and so it's trying to. The output rate's only 720, so I don't know. But for some reason, it just can't keep up. The bitrate can't keep up, so I'm dropping about half the frames. So my guess is that YouTube's saying the stream's ended because it's not enough data's coming in. Though, according to the fucking stream health, it says it's excellent. So I fucking don't know. I probably should have also set it to low latency because more important that you guys can keep up with what I'm saying rather than getting better video quality. Anyway. So, it's not working. Did not run because it requires system parameter refs. Oh, I didn't initialize. At least it doesn't crash anymore. That used to crash, which admittedly sometimes might be better because I'm. We need the system. So it's not working because we didn't init resource. Yeah, it's weird because again, like I would expect YouTube to be telling me that my stream's like got low health or not enough bitrate or something, but it's saying that the stream health is excellent, so it might be on your end. Though even my stream keeps randomly buffering, like the preview one. So I don't know what's going on. That is odd. I suspect every time mine starts loading, like it's probably that it is dropping too much. But it's weird. Yeah, because I'd expect it to be telling me at least if it's going to do that. So I need entity. We need to derive default on it so that it can work. Default. Okay. Try that. That should fix the bug. So now we should be able to see which cell we've clicked on. Well, the path went green. For some reason, the cell I'm clicking on, apparently -3, 1, 3. Yeah, because that's not how you click. I am so -3, 1, -3. So 0, 0, 0 is apparently correct though. Okay, no, that worked. It's not unsetting it. Mini viewer that. Yeah. So I think I've worked out what that is because I've had exactly the same issue that where the mini player is fucking broken. They've made it so that you can move the mini player around, which means when you swipe the mini player down, or if you've previously done this, if you swipe it too far to the right or whatever, it puts the mini player off the screen. Like it must snap or something happens that the mini player moves off the side of the screen, and then you can't get it back because it's off the side of the screen. So the only way to get it back is to like exit out of the app so that the mini player gets like default shrunk by itself, and then it goes into the right spot. It's the most bizarre thing ever because it's a pain in the ass that I keep losing my video players. So weird, which cells fucking work. So I'm guessing it's any that have one. Yeah. So I'm guessing that's a rounding error somewhere. It's kind of hilarious, but also where the fuck did the player go? Where the player went? Oh no. Oh well. So something's happening when we click. We calculate. Okay. So we should probably debug some more stuff like node player. Yeah, it's what was bizarre is this morning when I went to work and I just like playing YouTube on my phone, I closed my phone like and put it in my lap so I could drive, and fucking it stopped the video, and I went, oh fuck, did my premium not refresh or something? Because that's what used to happen with premium. Or if you didn't have premium, it, like you closed the app, it would go away. But it's like then I just opened it up again, fucking looked at it, went nothing changed, closed it and it worked. So yeah, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think this is they're testing it on production. I think this is they made a cool little feature because you can move the mini player, like it floats differently than it used to. It's hard to explain because I don't remember how it used to be, but it was very much like the mini player would float in a specific way, and they changed it. Oh, I think you can resize it now. Actually, might be what it is. And something about it being resizable means that when you just flick your finger to shrink it, you most of the time end up flicking it off the screen and you can't reach it anymore. So like it's someone didn't think to test that, and that's what's causing this bug. Yeah, so this is weird. Yeah, Google never tests anything enough. Like that, was it that fucking, I was watching someone talk about YouTube's going pink, where like, for some people, on some videos, the video playback bar goes from red to pink across the bottom, like as the video plays. And they're going like, and the YouTube logo, I think, is shaded slightly pink on some people's accounts some of the time. And I think that's like, it's YouTube testing shit. Like, and they're testing it on a subset of users rather than just fucking hiring people to test this shit. And it's weird. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. What ends up happening, I think, is once it's outside of your screen, it remembers where it was. So anytime you minimize it, it'll go off the screen. And the only way to fix it, I found, was to like minimize it in such a way that you can catch it before it goes off the screen, and then it comes back on and lock, like it stays wherever you. But you've got to like minimize it so the playback window comes, but catch it, and it's really stupid. Like it, but it's that's just my experience of like what I think's going on and how I have found that works to fix it. Because once it's back, I don't have the problem, and then again I'll like arbitrarily like just flick my finger down or something, and it'll go away. So maybe it's the not completely closing it, and that's causing it to play it to go away entirely. But it does feel very much like it's maintaining momentum for some reason, and then that would flick it off the screen. I found a funny bug because again, it's that whole they don't test it enough. But some of these are really weird bugs with Messenger. When you like minimize Messenger, like you get little chat heads. I found out once that I think it's if you had Messenger open and then you went into a notification, clicked on a notification that closed Messenger, it would copy the speech, the little bubble head, so you could end up with two of them. And they both worked, but only one of them could be moved. So it was like somehow one ended up cloned. Maybe they both could move, I don't remember. But only one of them would open. Like if you clicked the other one, it would open like the primary one. So only one of them was functional. But like the other one worked as a button. It was just weird. Like you could just duplicate it. And it's the same kind of concept of somehow I was causing the app to think that it opened it when it had already got it open. And so it made two of them. Could never get it to make 3 or 4, but it was, in theory, it probably could have. So I don't know. I need to test this shit more, but I can understand like There's a lot of edge cases, but fucking YouTube is the pinnacle of like. I don't think I've ever used an app. Maybe it's because I use so much YouTube that's actually broken as much as YouTube has. Like the yeah. Is it? I lost the train of thought because your message came in on Reddit. It's like a brain melted. Like yeah, it's probably because I use YouTube more than anything else. But I've never known any other app to be so buggy for the premium features. Like YouTube works flawlessly. I got premium and fuck did YouTube just start not working properly. And it's almost always one of the premium features that is broken. Like YouTube randomly deletes my queue. Like if I like tab out of the app while I like and tab into something else like quickly, the queue will close. And if I don't specifically click on the three dots and say add to queue and start playing another video, it'll remove my queue. Like it'll just erase it. But if I click the three dots and click add video, sometimes the queue will come back with that video added. Sometimes the queue will just not come back, but when it gets to the end of the next video, it'll start playing the queue. I've also got one where the queue will disappear. And then when you click skip, it'll play a random video and then make my queue after that video. And also the same thing where the queue will be there. And when I click skip, it'll just play playing a random video and then continue the queue. So it's like, I don't know why, but when you hit that skip button in YouTube, it sometimes decides that you have a queue. Sometimes it just plays a random video. And what's even weirder is clicking the skip button when you got a queue and the queue is empty won't let you skip. Like you can't click the skip button. And I'm like, sometimes I wish I could because I'm like, I get to the end of the queue and I'm like, I don't know what to watch next. I just want to skip, like, because I'm like driving or something and double click the button on my headphones to skip. It's like, it just won't if the queue's done. But if you don't start a queue, then you can double click and it'll skip to the random video. It's just bizarre that that YouTube does that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does it randomly. It's pretty bizarre. You'd think the fact that we're paying for the product, because if it was free, it's passable, but like I'm paying for these features, specifically these features too. Like there's not that much you get from premium, and yet half the fucking shit you get from premium is broken. I don't even remember what I was doing. Working out why this is not right. So when we clicked, that's at 005. Right, they should all say 005, which means that they're all getting set to 1, right? Which is probably got something to do with when we're adding the cell, we're not. Right, because it's not round as it's ID equals cell dot translation dot round. No. Yeah, and what I find really weird is they used to be like, and I think this is that whole they changed their slogan from "Don't be evil" to "Do what's right" or whatever, and everyone kind of went like, "Yeah, don't be evil," unambiguously for the side of the consumer. "Do what's right" is like for the shareholders. So, but ever since then, like it used to be that like when Google released something, it was the alternative, like the free killer. Like they released slides, docs. It was like you no longer needed Office. Like they were on par. Like shit was made well. And now it's kind of like something Google will release something and it'll fucking flop and die. Like, admittedly, they did this a lot, but it was more that people didn't like when they pushed it on them. Like fucking, was it YouTube? Not Plus. Is it Google Plus? Is that what their fucking social network was called? That then they forced your YouTube account to have to be linked to your Google Plus account, and then like within a year shut down Google Plus, and it was like, why did you do this? You fucked up my YouTube account, because now I have like 3 copies of all my accounts or whatever, because it's like there was the YouTube account that then got merged into my Google Plus account, but it made the YouTube account and the Google Plus account are 2 different accounts that I can select when I go like switch accounts. And then fucking I have another one, like it's bizarre. Like if I go to switch accounts, I'm not going to show you because it has all my fucking like my actual name and shit and my email address. But like I have a Google account that is my like Gmail account, and then I have a YouTube account that doesn't have, like, one has a channel, one doesn't have a channel, because one was my YouTube channel that they merged into my YouTube account, but they're still two separate channels. They have two separate watch histories and two separate sets of recommendations, and it's the most bizarre thing. Oh no, that gotta love when you do the switch. I tried to do the switch and then I lost my mind. I can't do Linux. I feel like Linux is, again, one of those, if I used it every day, I would be like, fuck, how could I ever use Windows? But going from swapping over is the most, like, tedious thing ever. Even when I was swapping to one that had a GUI, it was just like I could not work it out. Anyway, what was I doing? So ID, and we said ID dot y times equals 10, and then we need to say that it's id dot round. id dot round. I think that's correct, because the other option is that we're rounding it and then timesing by 10. So yeah, no, I think this is wrong. Well, it's not, because we're rounding it, and then we're taking the y position timesing 10 and rounding that. That's right. That's what we want to do. Where's the other place? Is there anywhere else that we do this? I feel like there's somewhere else that we do this. ID 10 times 10, then we round and IVEC it, so that's fine. I swear there's somewhere else that we do this. Spawn character? No. This might be the only other place that we do it, so that should be right. Update cell and raycast. Spawning character shouldn't do it. Move entity might. Yeah, so times 10. That's fine. Because again, that's going the other way. It's just times by 10 doesn't matter. We just kind of multiply the current y by 10. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it, because I think what's ending up happening is that yeah, Windows is pretty, like, they keep doing shit that's just like, why are you doing this? Whoop, whoop, whoop. How am I able to teleport? What the fuck? Alright, I'm assuming the teleporting is because it's not resetting when I click the start. Yeah. So when we say move entity, not move entity, when I click, I need to, we need time. Okay. Time is res time. We need to update the fucking time as well. So before you do that, we're gonna say current. But no, past equals. Do we have access to your? No. Okay. Can I just say that you're wherever you were going? Might not be the best. We'll just say past dot start time equals time time dot elapsed seconds. Okay. Jesus, 60 gigabytes? What am I using at the moment? Like, I know that fucking Chrome is atrocious. Chrome is, like, such a fucking memory hog. Well, it used to be. Now, all the tabs don't use up memory like they used to, but fucking Chrome, still using 8 gigs. But it used to be that fucking Chrome would be using, like, as much memory as you had. Like, no matter how much memory you had on your computer, 80% would be used by Chrome, because I think Chrome had a hard cap where it'd be like, leave 20% of the memory. Because fuck me, like, every time it would be full. And it's probably more likely that it's when Chrome uses more than 80%, it starts competing with other processes and therefore can't consume that last bit, so it stops. But yeah, it's still using fucking a ridiculous amount of memory. But I also have like 86 tabs open. Like, but yeah, Chrome used to be way worse than it is now. Yeah. Do you work now? Okay. It's still coming from the same place, but... Oh, I don't know where it went again. I don't know what is causing that. Why are you despawning? I don't know where you're going. What's even more bizarre is it doesn't come back. Oh, I bet she's good. No, I was going to say that's because it's clicking on itself. See, it keeps coming from the start. Okay, I don't know why. First off, you shouldn't be 1. It's because the cells are the thickness. So maybe we'll go up here and we'll just make the cells. Well, but that's the issue, is that you're targeting. That's because I'm hitting the cell's thickness. But okay, we'll make them fucking 10 times thinner then. They are supposed to be infinitely thin, but just just ignore that. Wait, because we've already got this running. So it's going to run on you. Close that. Okay. Hey, it works now. I do need it to, when it untargets them, to reset their fucking color. But at least I can now select all of them. Okay. So what that tells me is we should maybe uncolor them when they're unmoved, but how would I do that? Does it? Bizarre. Okay. So I need to somehow work out how when a cell's been visited, which would be, I guess, under move entity because it's here. This is specifically, no, it's this specific line of code here. This is where we target equals past cell. If current destination, no, it's this one. Past cell equals target. So this is where we need to reset the color. Okay. We're going to say, yeah, but I only want this to. Can I config debug assertions? Is that how you do it? I don't know if this works. It's this. Okay. Am I allowed to do this? I don't know. So I guess when past changes, we could just clear it. That seems like a smarter way of doing it. Because again, that makes just another function that can only run clear color. So clear color is just going to take all these, except it's going to be, instead of target, it's going to be past cell. Past cell. Fucking paste this in. Cell. 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 And then the color is normal. Now this does mean that if you click off a cell, like what I've been doing, like clicking and clearing, it won't work. But we should be right. Okay. See, as I said, if you click twice, it doesn't work. And that's because it no longer reaches its destination, so it doesn't clear it. So, that's fun. Well, I mean, it's sort of working. Again, it's a bit silly that it takes exactly 1 second no matter where you click, but that's purely a implementation thing. I'm going to add pathfinding in a minute, so it shouldn't matter. Interesting. My brain's just stopped. Anyway, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'm going to go and write like a quick bit of code that makes this thing move around the screen constantly, I guess. So that at least something's happening on screen while I'm away. So we're gonna go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay. That's 15. So it's plus or minus 7. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Okay. So I need to go random move. So path. Oh yeah, yes. Targeting, which is going to be, I guess, target cell. Change target cell and mute. Oh, mute. Right. Targeting cell. It's more like Q. Path. We have path and then change path. We're going to say we need to use rand, I guess. Rand. Any version of rand will do. Go to rand. I'm going to go here. We're going to say for targeting. Except I need you to be mute. Path. Path. Mute. Targeting. It should be something more like entities, but anyway. Entity. Okay. So for path entities, if path dot 0 dot when equals 0 path dot 0 dot push push back ivec3 new rand gen range a range of -7 to 7 your 0 and your range of -5 to 5, like so. So if your length is less than 1, I'm gonna say randomly generate something. With less than 2. Oh wait, you stop catching my code when I'm not important. Random move. We'll just put it there. So that should, in theory, cause the path to constantly. Let's run this in the correct thread. So what this is going to do, hopefully, if it works right, is every time it decreases the player's random movements, it's going to add another random movement to the player. which should mean that the player continues to move around the screen. And then what I'll do is I'll spawn like 10 players, and we'll see if our code actually works on more than one entity. This code won't, because this code expects on a single thing, so just as long as you don't click. So I need to check to make sure it's going to actually move the player, because there's a non-zero probability that when I click, the player's going to start moving randomly, but if I don't click, the player won't start moving randomly, which will then, you know, be broken. When I have more than one player, because we're specifically checking that there is only one player. Come on. Finish compiling. Yeah, it should work. Let me say spawn update cells. Somewhere there's a piece of code called spawn character. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go. You spawn like a bunch of players. Technically speaking, I can just remove player from them. And as long as only one has player, the clicking will only control one of them. And then we can change their colors. So we're going to say, you're green. You can be whatever color that is. You can be whatever color that is. We need one that is this color. There we go. And oh, they went off the map. Okay. Look, they're coming back. Alright, so then if I run this, we should only need to recompile like a single thing because I didn't add a whole fucking dependency just to fucking add randomness. Okay, well, that didn't work. Why is that not working? Why is it not working? Well, that's an interesting conundrum, isn't it? That they're all got paths. Oh, wait, no, they don't all have paths. Wait. Oh, because it's player that's adding the fucking path, isn't it? Okay. It's more like we need to say you require those other two. Technically, player shouldn't require either of these. So we'll just get rid of that requirement. And then we're going to make sure they all have a path. Path. Default. Right. So it was the fact that we tried to make them all players that... If we'd made them all players, it would have worked. But the fact that I removed player is what broke them. Right. Don't add 2 copies. Add that back. Need you. Nope. You're inside of something. Here. Well, that's... Yep. Is that right? Fuck knows. It's this. This. And is that all of them? All the players now have random path findings, so we should have like a little cluster of them fucking zipping around. Hey! Okay. Now, apparently, statistically speaking, I think I've flipped the X and the Y. That's almost certainly what I've done. Yeah, okay. So we'll just fix that, because... Yeah, it's in need of fixing somewhere else, but for now, we'll just flip these. Because it obviously implies that X and Y is flipped in our coordinates game, where it, for some reason up and down is X. Anyway, so I'm going to run up to the bathroom. I will be... That's not the right thing. I'll be back. Okay, dokie. I have returned. So, what the fuck? Why do you keep doing that? They just wander off occasionally and never come back. It's probably something to do with their current path and their future path not being correct. Anyway. So, what do we want to do? We're gonna I kind of want to implement A star, but I guess. Alright, we'll leave this really messy. We're just gonna make a module for it. Finding. Okay, pathfinding. So we need like a traversal time. So we're gonna need like a couple of components. So we need to use Bevy, don't we? Okay. Use Bevy prelude. Like so. Okay. Derived component. Okay. This is gonna be move struct move cost, which is going to be a F32, I guess. Okay, now I need to like open up the Wikipedia for the A star algorithm and work out how to do that. A star. Okay, so okay, so function. So start goal H. H is a heuristic function. Estimates the cost to reach the goal from node N. From node N came from is the node immediately preceding it in the cheapest path from the start to the end current known. Okay, from N, G score N is the current known cost, cheapest path from the start. Okay, so so we have our move cost. We need to FMA star. So start, which is an I vec3, end, which is an I vec3, cells, which can be a reference to a query. That's going to be for move cost, ID to cell, which is going to be a super cell ID to entity. Okay. So we need apparently a set. So let open vehicle. I should probably have my chat open so I can see. I don't know how to put my chat so that I can see. It's annoying that I can't work out how to get my chat so I can see the chat and read the fucking code. Okay. So we need an open set, which is going to be a hash set new. Right, we have an open set, an empty map. From N came from is store node n came from is the node immediately preceding it in the current shortest path. Okay. So I think this is just a vect. Let from is just equal is just a vector, I believe. Because I think this is just where you stick the where you came from. Okay. So G score. Map where default value of infinity. Start equals 0, okay. No, so you need to be a hash map. G score. You also equal a hash map. No. I think these all need to be mutable as well. Okay. And then we need to say G score dot insert start 0. Okay. Okay, so we need to do like an F score as well, which is just the same as this. F, except that start doesn't equal 0. Start equals the H, which is our function to determine. Okay. Well, open. Yeah, but when do we put anything in the open set? Oh, open set equals start. Okay. So open dot insert start. Okay. So the heuristic. I think it's just 0 for start. Yeah, type annotation needed. I get it. From. Okay. Okay, so while open dot is empty. Wow, open is not empty. Current, where's current? Let mute current equals ooh, okay. So we need the node in open set has the lowest score. So we need so we need index set. Index map, I think it's called actually. Alright. And then wait, what? We need the node in open set having the lowest F score value. Okay. So well, every node has to have an F score, doesn't it? Okay. So that mute current equals. So I want this hash set to be to use index map index set. So you're an index set. Okay, so so index no, open dot sort by F. Okay, wait, no, you're the function, right? F, where F takes in 2 references to T. Okay, so A and B. I think that's how that works. Right. So you take an A and B, and then we're gonna say F. Okay. If let sum A equals F score, what A. We want the one with the lowest F score. Yeah. Okay. Dot get A okay, so we can just say I guess it's just return A less than unwrap or infinity F score dot get B unwrap or F32 infinity. Okay, that should work, except you're telling me something about your reference to F32 infinity. Idiot. And I don't think, yeah, you can't compare to integer. What do you mean expected integer found reference? I mean F score. Wait, why am I saying that? Ah. Alright, well first off you need to be floats, because your floats, you know. Apparently F64s now. Okay. So current equals open dot first. Dot expect open is not empty. Okay. I don't think we need to care about that. Just clone it. Okay. Closure is not two different arguments, but it takes because it's supposed to be A and B. Okay. There we go. Found bool. Okay. Dot CMP. What the fuck is the command? CMP. I think that's a function, isn't it? Compare. The fuck? I think it's F32 doesn't fucking have it. Dot par equal partial compare dot unwrap or greater than, less than A. No, it's greater than. You just say that A is greater. If in doubt, don't reorder. Okay, so we are setting current to the value with the lowest F score. Wow, nice. Is that how that works? We'll find out when we check the algorithm. It works backwards. Okay. If current equals goals, return current. Okay. So wait, what? Return reconstruct path. Okay. So we need fn in reconstruct path, which takes in a end current, which is an I32 and f, which is a vector. There's a hash map of I32 to I32, 32, and you return a vector of IVEC 32, and then your way of working is that let out equals end while current in came from while end while path dot contains. Okay, so you need to be, you also need to be called current, because apparently that's what it is, current. Okay, dot contains key current. We say current equals path dot get current. Expect path has node, because we just checked that it is actually in there. Out dot push current. Okay, and then when we get to the end, we just return out. Okay, mismatched types expected. Okay, get current. Wait. Right, we probably just want to dereference it like that. Okay, so we go current now on it, and then we go u, then we say, okay, so directly here, we say, okay, if current equals end, okay, oh, way too many tabs open. Just double checking that people are still actually here. Okay, weird. Okay, so current, so okay, not open. Okay, okay, if current equals end, then return. Okay, so a star needs to return a of IVEC 3s. Okay, so you need to return current path. Okay, let's put 2D here so you don't yell at me the whole time in a like an unhelpful way. Expected struct IVEC throughs found. Struct, no, not current. Reconstruct path with passing in current, and path is from. Just a reference to from. Okay. Which is undeclared at this point. You just give it from. Okay. So next we go current. Okay, so we need to say open.remove. Okay, remove. But why is it deprecated? Remove, the value is current. Yeah, you need to be referenced. Okay. Why? Shift remove? Removes the value from the set and then returns true. If it was present. Okay, what is swap remove? Okay. Like the value is removed by swapping it with the last element in the set. Oh, okay. Shift. I think we want to shift remove, which also implicitly implies that we want to order this in the way that we probably want to be taking last, and we want to be ordering this. I actually have no idea which way it's being sorted. We want to swap B and A. I think we want to flip the inversion so it sorts it the other way. So well, the issue is I don't know which one's going to the top, but we want it so that we take the last one because then it's not shifting all the elements; it's taking the end, and when it sorts them, it puts them the shortest ones at the end. Okay. So we shift remove current, and then for each neighbor of current. So we need to come up here. We need to go like just go const neighbors, which is an IVEC 3 by 8 that's equal to IVEC 3 new. So you're always going to be 0. Well, that's the issue with the cells having height. We don't want cells to have height then. That's annoying. It just means that when we compare, we need to compare without height. Alright. We can just leave them all as IVEC 3s. It saves me having to truncate them all the time, but it does mean that we want to say more like times 0. Right. And then when we raycast, we want to do the same thing. We want to say u are just equal to 0. Timesing it by 0 is just equal 0. It's faster. That should work because I don't think there's anywhere else we touch it. Right. So. Oh wait, no. We need when we're checking the player's distance, which is in move entity. Moving entity needs to also equal 0. Yeah, 1.8 gig. That's nothing if you're using Chrome. The good thing about Chrome, like since everyone went, "What the fuck are you doing, Google? Why the fuck is Chrome using this much memory?" We need to give each cell an offset. Is the issue? Because otherwise, if the cell's on 0, anyway, it's just gonna say it equals 2. Yeah, Chrome used to use a lot, and then they added some kind of functionality that it's like when you leave a tab, it like puts it to sleep and then it stores it rather than just keeping it fucking constantly loaded. It does mean that sometimes you'll end up with going back to a tab and like whatever was open is just dead because like part of it went to sleep but not all of it because of how you Chrome did it. But that's sort of stopped now because I guess developers got up to that point where they could actually deal with that. Okay, so you would be one, I guess, and then you'd be 1. You'd be 0, 1. And then you'd be, I guess you'd 1 on the X. Yep, and then -1 on the X. -1. Okay. And then we want to copy all of this. Comma, paste all that, except we want to flip the Z to being negative, 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 and then we want to copy all of this, paste it here, except we want to remove the 0, and we want to set the Z to 0. Okay, that should be all the neighbors, and then we're going to correct that to neighbors. Okay, and then for n in neighbors, we say so for each neighbor of current, d current is the weight of the edge from the current to the neighbor. Okay. G score is the distance from the start of the from start to the neighbor through current. Okay. Tangent G is G score of current plus D current to neighbor. Okay, so move cost, query move cost. So we need to say so the current. Okay, so we need the move cost of current. That cost equals cells dot get, so entity equals map what? No, it's id to cell dot get 0 dot get current, the current cell. We're getting the current cell, and then we're gonna with the current cell, it doesn't exist. It kind of want to be like some current entity. We're gonna go else error cell not in map. So current, and then continue. This is after we were no, we need to remove current so that it doesn't just get stuck in a loop. Okay. So in theory, current should always be in the map because we should always be giving it cells that exist, and it shouldn't be adding cells that don't exist. But I guess we'll find out if it doesn't. Alright, so the next we need to say, well, I guess it's cost here. Cost. And this is equal to cells dot get current current entity, right? Cell has no cost. Okay, but I don't think we want to continue. We just want to say cost. Actually, just if the cell has no cost, dot unwrap or F32 infinity. The cost is infinite. The cost is infinite. We need to go dot clone dot copied. Okay, so move cost infinity. Right, so move cost doesn't have copy. Okay, well, it does have copy. Clone copy. All right, so with that, that allows us to get the move cost. If the cell doesn't have a move cost, its move cost is infinite. Next, we need to say that n cost is equal to cell. Okay, so we need to first off, get this, otherwise we continue. But this time we don't have to say anything because it's like the neighbor doesn't exist, except you're in. Okay, so why is that not working? Right. Okay. So we say n entity. So if the entity doesn't exist, we just don't bother, and then we say n cost is equal to n entity get, or its move cost of infinity. Okay, and then we say let tent. Okay, I'm just going to copy that across because I can't focus from spell that. Tentative G score. Tentative G equals okay, so we need the current G. So I think G score is guess score. So I'm going to say G score dot get current the cloned copied unwrap or F32 infinity, because if it doesn't exist it should just be infinity, because current should have a G score, plus cost plus G cost, n cost divided by 2. The 0. Since infinity divided by infinity is still infinity, it means that the cost is infinite. If either of them doesn't exist, then the cost is infinite. Okay, so next we say if. Okay, so we need the G score for the neighbor, which I think annoyingly at this point would probably be infinite, wouldn't it? Because when do we set the G score for the neighbor? Never. Right. Okay. No, that's probably. So we're gonna say if tentative G is less than G score dot get n dot unwrap or F32 infinity, then from dot insert n current. Okay, G score dot insert n tentative G. I don't know how H neighbor, like holistic. What is the H? A holistic function. Hn estimates the cost to reach goal from node n. Okay. So does it mean? So I guess F is how. F is how we make our next guess. So however we determine what number goes here is basically saying, like, what is our way of working out our best guess. So Khan and Silkinchin. Like fun. Like, yeah, that's what was it? People were saying the reason that Linux isn't more popular is because of gaming. Like, a lot of people say, like, you can just play like just about every game on Linux anyway. Like, most games have a Linux build, but it's literally just the convenience. Like, even there's thing like Wine that let you play Windows games on Linux, but it's just purely the convenience that will always make people just use Windows. So F score. So the S score is equal to the tentative G plus, I'm gonna say G cost, G score, no, N cost. So my holistic function to determine is just the cost of moving through that cell. That's the cost I assumed to be to get to the well, we should probably also then plus was it, so it's from neighbor, so neighbor n dot as vec 3 dot distance to end. Right. Dot. We should probably convert end then. Let the end f32 equals n dot as we're going to use it a lot, we might as well. And then just f32. Right, so n cost dot 0. Why are you saying you can't? So G score. Dereference. So somewhere I'm obviously setting something. Got copied. Why are you complaining? Okay. Oh, because I'm passing in infinity. Okay, so for insert and sorry, so we insert from, we say the G score is equal to the tentative G. The F score is the tentative G plus the cost of moving through the cell plus the distance to the end. Okay, so we need to return an option because apparently it can fail. So option. Okay, and then we say you return sum, like so, and then you return none, and then I think that's so then we say, I feel like this could make infinite loops though. Maybe not, because it only adds the neighbors. So if open set I can just fucking open dot insert and because it's literally hash set. I have no idea if this is gonna work. When do we update current? Why are you telling me that current can't be set? When does current get updated? Current gets updated. The node in open having the lowest F score value if current equals goal. Current I don't think is ever updated, so it doesn't actually need to be mutable. Okay, so that should mean that when we go here and when we go raycast and we go here, we say pathfinding. We need to make it public. A star. Then we say A star pass. So start is past dot cell. End is target is pos. Yes, pos. Cells is equal to that's not correct, but anyway. A star. So we need a query for the movement cost. So cells is move. No, so it's in pathfinding, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Hub. Move cost. So one thing to do is go. We need to say. So import that, and then we need to go to cell, and we need to say cell has require. Cell is going to require. There it is. Require. So we're going to require that a cell has a move cost. Okay, and then we're going to say the move cost is by default 1. Default for move cost. Default is move cost. Let's say 10, so we can have cells that are cheaper to move by default. So move cost of 10. Okay, let path equal. We should probably stop printing out every click, print, click, don't print line click. Okay, because we don't need that spewing. Okay, so cells is it needs to be a reference. Okay, why are you complaining? Because So you can just be T, and then we need to say move cost, and then T, where T is query filter. Qualify. Alright, that should allow any query to be passed. Okay, and then finally you're saying that you can't do that because we need to say map, which is going to be a res cell ID to entity, and then we just need to pass in a reference to the map. Okay, so then apparently this is wrong now because it's cell. No, path 0. Why are you saying? Oh, because you're turning an option. No, new path. Okay. Huh. Okay. Extend. New path. I think that's how you do it. Extend. Dot iter. Dot into iter. Nope. Okay. Wait. Thumb. Else. Path. Else error. Path finding. Failed. Return. I guess continue. Okay. So if I run that, hopefully our pathfinding will work and we can call that good. Okay, so pathfinding is failing. Why is pathfinding failing? Because it's not putting any errors, which is interesting. So it's failing, which means it's just returning nothing. Okay, so current. So, wait, first off, it's neighbors, and then we need to say let n equal current plus n. There you go. That would also help, because we need to check the actual neighbors, not just the same 8 cells each time. I think I'm passing that in the wrong way, which is ironic. It's funny because it instantly goes there and path finds its way back, but Okay, so first off, we probably want to say something like random move. Can we say path changed without player? That way, the one that we're working with won't randomly jitter around. So what's next? So we say here. So start is path.cell. Well, that's correct. And end is pos. So we need to reverse. Dot reverse. I need to reverse it because I think we're actually going through the wrong way. All right. Let's see. So you're not moving. We click over here. You immediately go to the end. You immediately go to the beginning. Okay. Wait. No, I think your problem is that we say target equals pos when target should equal past.0 dot cell. So I'm just doing that because that's where the path finding should start from, and in theory you should be on that cell. So if you change direction, like after you start moving, you should still be on whatever cell you were on last. So I guess it's technically, if you change your path, we should skip you forward because you're almost always going to be on the next cell. Now, admittedly, it's allowing me to color it in because it's not, again, it's not clearing the fucking, not clearing it, which is ironic, but you know. So path start time lapses. Okay, so path.cell. So first off, I think path.cell should equal target.0, right? Because no matter what, in theory, you should have moved at least some amount of distance before you change, which means that your target should be your target. And then we say path.cell because it's basically going to path from the front, and then your target is, well, I guess technically not going to change, right? So what we do is we say past is now equal to target, which I think will skip you ahead. Maybe not. I don't know. That might do something. That'd be interesting. Because in theory, like if we always force you, is the pathfinding failing? Is that what's it named? Is it jittering? Like it is. Again, because the target fails. But what if we don't change the target? What if we pathfind from the current target, right? So we just don't do this. Don't change the past cell. I would say don't even change the time. Just say that you're starting from target. And then just don't clear the path. No, we do need to clear the path. And then we say new path. And does the new path involve the current target? There's definitely a way of doing this that it won't jitter because we just continue to travel where you're going. Yeah. See, like once you're locked on your path, you have to finish the current movement before you can turn. Okay. Now it's time to change the random move. Wait, you pish. Okay, so what do you need? You just need the target information, right? As you targets. Okay, let me say target cell. Alright, we need the target cell, and then we're gonna say you. So you push, so it's gonna be path equals, okay, some path equals pathfinding a star. So start is going to be, wait, we don't need me to reference to your target. Next. Okay, so start from next, end on a random, this is end. Okay, thank you. So we need access to cells, which annoyingly it's gonna be cells, which is a query for move cost. I think that's it. Just move cost, please. I guess with cell. Right, we need a comma. Okay, move cost. It's not a reference, just with cell. Okay, and then do we need to pass a reference to cells like so, and then we need map to be res cell ID to entity. Let me just okay, so next for some reason is target to 0, and then you say new path else path dot push. Okay, else error failed to find path. Okay, continue. Right, like that, and then we say we say new path. Then we say new path, and then new path is we say path dot extend. Path dot 0 dot extend, and then I don't even need to. Did I reverse it? I don't remember. Yeah, I did. I feel like that should probably done it in here. Okay. Okay, reverse, and then we can go up here and say, don't reverse it. Okay, so extend, and then we can just give you new path, because, yeah. Okay, cool. Now, they should all pick random, but then still pathfind to it. Spaghetti. Now we should probably make them a shape that, like, you can tell which way is front. Which I think I might do by going when we spawn character. Actually, let's go to get some Kenny assets, I guess. Oh. And we'll use the Kenny assets to do some fun stuff. No. So we're gonna go like assets. Probably should show you guys what I'm up to. Do it on my main monitor. No, not games. Assets. Coaster kit. Wait a second. That's kind of cool. Kind of really cool. All right. Mini map pack. Also kind of cool. Okay. Mini market, roguelike characters. We want to restrict it to 3D. Toy cars. Turns, mini characters. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Let's open that. Models. GLB. I think it's GLB I need. Right. And then we need to go here and here and go. New folder. Assets. Okay, reveal an explorer perhaps. So need to rename this. Oop, ping ping. Okay, we're gonna go here. Rename characters. Rename lowercase so that it doesn't get broken when I accidentally don't capitalize something. Aid cane, aid hearing. Right, so that's the small stuff with. Okay. There's only one cripple? Okay. What was I doing? So we go back here. We go, okay, so character female A, B, C. Okay, A, B, C, yep. Wheelchair deluxe. Wait, does that imply there's a non-deluxe wheelchair? What's a non-deluxe wheelchair? Oh, yeah, okay. So it's like a wheelchair red or blue. I guess that's deluxe. Okay, I probably should fucking go back to doing shit instead of just mumbling to myself. Put that back up there. Put that there. Okay. So what are we doing? We are mesh. Okay, so your mesh, instead of being a capsule, so the player is, we're going to say asset server, we're going to say characters slash char female dash a glb. That's spelled wrong. Okay. Then it's something like theme 0. No, it's mesh 0 prefab 1 or prefab 0. I don't remember. No, not load. There you go. Alright, if I run that, it should make the main character a mesh. Then, just while it's running, we're going to say let stir. Okay, didn't work because we did it wrong. But look at that, it's got animations. Yes. It contains the following: animation, mesh 1, mesh 0, prefab, primitive 0. Displays. Okay, so we're gonna say let mute path chars equals vec like so, like so. Now, this is the issue. We're likely to run into that it's actually a scene and not a node, and therefore that's what the primitives. Okay. So then we're going to say that you are actually char.choose, and then we need to let new RNG equals rand thread random RNG. The RNG. Okay. You okay? Dot expect at least one string. At least one string. Okay. Expect greater than one string. What the fuck is you? Okay. We need to dereference it because it's a reference to a reference. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because if we're going to be choosing each time, it doesn't need to be random. Useless. What are you saying? Yeah, it's a useless vec because it's only got one. But it's a warning: time system does not receive time. What? Panicked. It caused in render pass end. Bind group mesh only. The bind group layout with mesh layout label of current set bind group is not compatible with the corresponding bind group with skinned mesh layout layer. One. Wait, it wasn't a primitive one, was it? It was mesh 2. Yeah. So I'm guessing if I open that in Blender, whatever model 1 is, it's going to be something bizarre that didn't work. Let's do that. Blender. It still crashed. That's interesting. File. File import GLB. Where is it? GLF. Okay. YouTube projects. Runescape clone. Assets. Characters. Female one. Import. Okay. So for some reason it just has a random isosphere in it. The body and the head are separate. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Body, head. For some reason the mesh is all busted, but you should be right. So what if I said scene? Scene bundle? I'm pretty sure the scene bundle just takes in a scene root. Definitely. Okay, yeah. So scene root and then assets server dot load scene zero This line needs to stop so that we don't end up crashing again. Not entirely sure why that. So something's going wrong with just rendering the thing. I should really make the camera movable as well. Do we just steal fly cam code? Oh, okay. So that means we need to do this. Control C. Control V. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go. Please, we're gonna go see if they've got an updated version for 0.15. Nope. Do they have a branch for 0.15? Nope. Okay, no editor then. Okay, so we need to do that. And then we need to do that. And then we're gonna go C, D, E, F. So B, D, L, C, D, E, and F. And then do that. Paste that. Okay. So that's all the chars, and then instead you're going to do the same thing with this with scene root, and then we're going to get rid of this. I'm going to say expect at least one stroke. Okay, and then you do the same thing. Paste, 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 paste. Okay. So they'll pick random. Give me useless user function. Fine, use an array instead, you bastard. Okay, stop complaining. So now the skins we picked at random. Somewhere I need to steal flycam. Question is, which of my projects has flycam in the most accessible way? File, open folder, YouTube, projects, shooter, map cam, extra dimensional, game audio, UI. Okay, just open extra dimensional. One of these is not like the others. Player controller, voxel camera. Okay, now we're gonna go here. We're gonna go new file, flycam. Oh, rename dot rs. Okay. Paste all of this in, and then you come back to here and go. My computer is cooking itself because I've just copied it because that's study to compile. That's why. So we need to go here and go. I guess here. Mod flycam. Okay, flycam. Okay, so apply jump, look, move. So this is going to be a bit of a physics, which is interesting. Now, it's using the Rapier kinematic player controller, which is not what we actually want to do. Just transform with camera. So voxel player. The camera is the voxel player. Okay, so we don't want that at all then. So we're going to say player. So input dot get single, right? So we just want to say this. This can go, and it's just going to be res button input key code. So okay. So this is going to be key code W, key code key. This is S. You take our actual button. So do this. So this is move left, which is key A, and then this is key B, and then forward delta time delta seconds. Okay, so no using time. It's not. It's delta seconds. Why rename that at all? Okay, controller. Yeah, transform. Translation. Your translation is next. Okay. Next is equal to forward. I think that implies that we need to be plus equals, but maybe not. Forward camera dot forward camera is okay. No, so it is plus equals that. We need flying, so we need to say after we've done all that hoo-ha, we say if input dot press key code key space delta dot y plus equals 1, and then copy this and say shift left, shift left minus equals. Okay, so dot. Okay, dot. Right, times delta dot x plus delta dot y. Okay, so that moves the player transform. Don't know why change even there. We're gonna say get rid of jump because we don't have jumping. Player look, player move. Okay, so cursor toggle. Okay, so voxel settings. Apply jump power. Okay, so that's jump player jump. Spawn player. Get what? Okay, so window.cursor. Oh, it's apparently been moved. Cursor option. Fine. Cursor options.grab mode, and then cursor options. Okay, so player look is going to be replaced with event reader, mouse motion. Let delta equal input dot read dot dot thumb. Let me say, instead of going let delta, just use that delta, and then delta y, delta x. Wait, no. Oh, I called data. Delta. Okay. That should work. I'm not using this. Okay. So this is on startup. This can just never get called. Cursor toggle, I think, checks for the query a voxel player look. Okay, so I don't know which one the voxel player is, but we'll have to make that. Somewhere. Put that back on. Okay. So input state. Okay, we've got to bring that back in apparently. I don't think you ever use it, so fuck off. Okay, voxel player query. The voxel player's got to be the camera, right? Like, hence up here we grab the actual camera. Okay, so we're gonna go struct voxel player. Then we're gonna F2 that, and it's gonna be called Y. Okay, so you need to be derive component. Okay, so we go here. We go when we spawn in our camera. We technically don't need to do the whole body thing because spawn camera. Fly cam. Fly cam. Alright, so I think voxel. Okay, so you'll fly settings. Let me get in here. I'm gonna say delta read sum. Delta is a vec 2, I believe. Okay. Dot map v dot delta. Like that. You need to be mutable. Okay. So that should sum that correctly. So we're going to fly cameras, transform, do the fancy stuff. Then you are going to just be, I guess, mute transform. And then we don't need your parent anymore because that was about allowing the player's head to move independently with their body. Because if you don't do that, when you look up, your player's model leans over, and then you can like fall off shit because you're leaning over. I had it in my Minecraft clone as well, where it's like if you leant over, you could you'd tilt and slide off things. Player. It's just what do we call it? Camera. .get. So first off, why is camera not working? Probably because I overrode it somewhere. Yep, okay. Well, we can just do that. Camera, and then instead of doing this weird ass shit, we can just say camera. Dot translation plus equals next, and I think that should be a working play cam. Who actually knows if it will though, because boy, the number of times I've modified and used code. So the hardest one is the player look, because player moves pretty straightforward to debug because I know how it works. It's obviously not working, so the first thing we do is grab. Okay, on startup, we grab code. Oh, we obviously aren't adding the voxel camera. So first off, this is called fly camera, which ironically I believe we can add plugin and component to. And then we just go here and we say, you are now called fly cam. And then when we go main, we can say like, fly cam, fly cam. That should mean that the fly camera will work. What I love it. Okay. No path to 0, 0. The camera is in fact very broken. Not in map. 0, 0, not in map. 0. Okay, so something went catastrophically wrong. Most bizarre of that is the fact. Okay, can we print the player's position? No, stop grabbing my cursor. Okay. So first off, let's go to fly cam. Okay. I'm not running you an update. My cursor toggle. Wow, cursor toggle's running an update. Where's button input? Where's fly settings? What the fuck is the key code? Default key code backslash. Backquote. Okay, no, I'm gonna say escape. Okay. So escape should cursor toggle get single. If just pressed cursor toggle. Okay. Right. So on startup you call cursor grab. So you're in player move player look. Okay. So can I print line cam? My guess is that my code is somehow zipping you forward just like an obscene amount. Camera at, and then camera.translation. Like, that's my best bet for why nothing came up, is because the camera just zipped away. That's usually what ends up happening, is when you're like multiplying by a fixed amount. Where the hell is the camera at? Okay, first off, that works. Camera is at nan. Okay, that's interesting. So when does line next? Next. Oh, we need to next. Okay. First off, delta seconds, and you need to be multiplied by settings. And then you're going to be dot mouse sensitivity. Wait, no, that's not what you settings fly speed, isn't it? I want to set speed. It's at speed. Like 10. Alright. I don't know why I'm setting a setting that I'm never going to ever edit, but you know. Fly speed. Okay. So why the hell did you become nan so quickly? Next is 0 apparently. When did you become nan? You were just always nan apparently. Huh. Well, apparently the next was nan the first time it ran through, which is interesting because the camera should have been in a valid position. You call forward. You set your y to 0, you normalize, you call right, you set your 0, you normalize, you add some y, and then you say that forward times z. Okay. Right. I don't understand why you're nan though. Can we print forward and right? Because they start becoming 0 after the very first frame. Right, which is bizarre. Okay. I need you to just not print. So why the hell are they nanned at the beginning? Alright, we need to run and then just like immediately control C. You fucking suck. Alright, first off, stop printing the camera. Then it'll print half as much. Fuck it. There, just do that. There you go. So, for some reason, forward is nan. Now the question is, print line forward. Is it nan because I normalized it? What the fuck happened there? Like, why is it nan? -1. Apparently if you normalize the vector of 0, okay. So I think that becomes if it's gonna go if next not nan not nan. There you go. Division by 0. Is that why it's doing it? I just don't get why it's -1, but there you go. Click. Why is my clicking not working now? Click over here. Okay. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Well, I'm assuming that that's actually because my code is really fucking slow. Like, is it actually freezing? No. Fuck knows where you're going. Fuck knows where all of you are going. Yeah, something breaks them. And I don't know what it is. Okay. My ASCII code is definitely too slow. My bet for that also is that I'm actually checking the wrong direction because there's no way in the world that it should be that slow, which tells me that I'm almost certainly inefficiently searching. Like, the fact that it works, though, is that the only place that there can really be an issue is probably here. Because I'm probably sorting them in the wrong direction. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that maybe it's Bevy doing it. Also, what the fuck? How did that... Well, that's apparently frozen. There's no way that... No, okay, they're taking the longest possible path now, I believe. Well, no, actually they haven't, but... So, maybe it's my holistics is really bad? Oh no, one of them must have reached the end. Okay, no, we definitely had that right, because I think what that translates to is that it is checking the absolute worst path. Well, no, because that wouldn't make any sense. I guess we must assume that we got the shortest path. So, possibly it's just the holistics is backwards. Well, not very good. Because it's definitely picking the right thing. It's just that when I pick over there, like, it should not take that long to calculate the path. The path is not that complicated. Especially because it's not even... Okay, we're going to go like A star debug. A star underscore debug. And you're going to return a not only the path but the hash set. And it's going to be I vector. And then when you return, you want to return checked. Right, and then let new checked and just equal a hash set default. Yeah. Okay, so the hash set, and then we're going to say open sort current equals last, and then checked is going to be insert current. I don't think this is the optimal way of doing it because I feel like this checks places more than once. Like that. Okay, otherwise you return none. Right. That should work fine, right? Why are you complaining? What is your error? Because we're using hash set twice apparently. Okay. Good. All right, then we're gonna go back to main. We're gonna go. First off, can we stop coloring everything in? I said main. Because you can do random move, but just okay, we can just turn random move off then. We're gonna say app dot. All right, so so we're gonna what do we do? Raycast. If I take the same thing that I query down here, right? Like we need okay, all of this, and just need to grab all of this when we raycast as well. Okay, apparently we don't need time up here anymore. So you're duplicated, aren't you? Cells? No. Okay, so interesting choice, but anyway, you're duplicated. So okay, so down here when we call path finding, we're going to say a star debug. So you're new path and then checked. Okay, and then color. Okay, so then we're gonna say fucking apparently we never used the path cell. Kind of makes sense, I guess. So we can just get rid of you then. Yeah, we're never using it. Anyway, we need to go something along the lines of I do it at front end. So that I okay. So for check in check. Okay, so for check in checked, and then we're gonna say let entity equal map dot 0 dot get checked else continue. Like so. Okay, and then we say let okay cell equals color cells dot get dereference entity else continue. You need to be referenced, checked. Okay, and then we say you need to be get mute, so color you thank you. And then we say you're also mutable. Like so, and then we say cell dot 0 equals assets dot book target material clone. Okay, so that should make all of the cells that it checks red when we click. And I bet it's checking like every cell. Oh, didn't like that. Right. I don't give a shit. We don't need target. Targeting was certainly not daily, so that doesn't matter. This should work. So now, when I go click, yeah. So what that's telling me is that the holistic fucking algorithm is shit. It should only check sort of like the wedge in that direction. So one thing to do is probably just remove the part of the holistics that basically is giving it lots of infinities. That's not the right one. I'll close that now. We're done with that. So best bet is that because we're using infinity in our cost, because we're adding n cost, we are not holistically generating the correct direction very well. Because if it's not yet checked, it's infinity. And therefore it basically wants to prioritize checking behind itself because they are not in the list yet. It's still generating a fucking square. It is slightly working. So how the fuck have I done that? So it could be, it's tentative g plus n, okay, which is the neighbor, distance to end. What if we just make it the distance to the end? Now this will mean it's less efficient when the path bends away, but it still shouldn't be checking fucking everything. Well, the answer is, without any obstacles, checking the closest first is the fastest way. Okay. I don't know why you're I don't even know where you're going. Not along the path, that's for sure. Are you going to the end and then back? Okay, don't look straight. Don't look right down. That's interesting. I don't know what your fucking problem is. I need to fix this so you can't look fucking straight down. Your pitch. Dot clamp. Between F32 const pi divided by 2. Minimum is half of pi. Maximum is half of pi. Okay. Gotta fucking clamp that motherfucker so that you can't just spin indefinitely. That should work. Basically what's happening is you're looking down and then it's becoming a negative number, and so you just flicker back and forth between 0. So if you clamp it, it can't roll under and then flip upside down and back again. Okay. So maybe it's just because I was not looking straight down, it looked like it wasn't following the path. Okay, yeah, kind of following the path. Right, so next is to, I guess, add obstacles. So, should probably add, mesh generation. So, because that's the thing, is we kind of want the cells to all be neighbors. So, what do we want to do mesh generation? We should probably check the A-star algorithm first with obstacles. So what we should do to add obstacles is we want to get like noise. So I think it's just called noise. Then we go when we spawn the map, we're gonna say let mute noise equals noise vector simplex super simplex. What is it? It's FBM. Yep. New with a seed of 1 random. Okay, you are actually noise simplex noise. Open simplex, super simplex, open simplex. Okay. And then your move cost is noise dot sample. No, we need to use noise function dot get and then z xz as f32 as f32. Does that work? No. Yeah. Well, we also need to as 32 because apparently it only returns an f64. Okay, f64. F64. Alright, so first off we need to let height equal, and then we noise dot sample u, and then we say height. Alright, so your move cost is height, I guess fucking times 10. Yeah, squared. Times height. Move cost. Cannot initialize a triple with private field. Sorry, right. Alright. So that gives our height cost. I'm squaring it just so we don't have negative numbers, and then probably just like times by 10. So we have like recent normal numbers. The reason I'm doing that is I kind of actually want the material. So we want access to our asset server. And then we want to say here, and then we say so fucking like that. Up. Asset server dot add noise no, standard material base color is going to be color RGB sRGB, where the red value is height dot abs your 0 and your 0. So this should give us a gradient of red. If height is less than 0, color sRGB height dot absolute 0 else color RGB 0 height 0 color equals this. So standard material is base color is color. Right. And we do dot default. Okay. So if the value is less than one is going to be red. Now in this case, it doesn't actually matter because it's still faster to travel on red and on green, but basically green is going to be faster to travel, red will be slower to travel when I'm done. Again, we're just squaring it at the moment. Well, technically, negative values work, so we could just say height times 10. Yeah, it's faster to travel on green squares than red squares. The more red the square, the slower it's to travel, and the more green the square, the faster it's to travel on. That should work. I'd say, but admittedly, it may not be a very interesting noise because, and this is why I always have to end up generating things of they're mostly black, so that's fun. It's taking a very long time. Like an incredibly long time. That's taking so long that I don't think that's ever going to finish. Also, technically red is faster to travel on because it's got a negative move cost, which might be what is breaking this. Let's go with height times height. Yeah. The fact that that crashed immediately, it shouldn't have made any difference what I've done, which means that it's almost certainly that negative numbers don't work. You could probably have infinite recursion with negative numbers because in theory. Okay. Annoyingly, the fastest route still seems to be. Now, my bet is that because I've said cell requires move cost. I say you don't require a move cost now. I reckon that's probably overriding it with the default value because I can't imagine. We are sampling the noise. So first off, we want to times you by like, I guess F32, F64, const phi. This shouldn't really matter because it doesn't seem to have a problem. But in Unity, if you pi maybe, if you why is phi unstable? But pi isn't. Okay, whatever. If you use integer values for your polar noise, you'll actually get the same value every time. It's something to do with like how the gradient, how it picks on the gradient means that like you'll always get the same number if you always give a constant integer multiple. Okay, so the issue with this is that it doesn't seem to be any faster to take a specific route. It could be that our values are just not extreme enough. But the fact that they vary from 1 to 10 is that there should be at least some value, like, worth varying for. Kind of want them all to be a little bit brighter, so. So we want to be like 0.5 plus this divided by 2. 0.5 plus this divided by 2. Yeah, if it's positive, be like quite green. Yeah. So, well, actually, technically, again, the value is not. If the value is between 0 and 1, so why is I don't get it. So it could be that the A star is just wrong. Because A star is literally just... It could just always be returning the neighbor that it checks first. Well, they're always going to be really small values, aren't they? Times 100, maybe? I'm just trying to make the variation more extreme. The other option, why it's always still just generating nice straight lines, is that the noise is too chaotic to create like a deviation, so it's still faster just to go through the slower cells. Also, I think technically I'm making it slower to go around. So what we need to do is say let cost equal if height is less than negative 0.5, cost is 100. Else if height is greater than 0.5, give it a cost of 1, else it's the cost of 10. So it should be way faster to follow the greenish cells. And then the same thing, but with color, we need to say if height is less than negative 0.1. 0. Right. This is going to make it red. High cost. Else if height is greater than 0.5, make it green. So it's just 1, and then else white. Color white. Okay. Well, that's interesting, because that's implying that the value sampled are... What? Well, apparently every value ever sampled is... That would somewhat explain why they're not really deviating from their path, because it's like fucking fractional differences. Well, actually, we also need to put the cost here. What is cost? Okay. So, can I get you to print line? Actually, don't even print. Don't print line, just print. If I can fit a lot without like just clusters of fucking text. Why are the values so small? What the fuck? The values are all like an order of magnitude smaller than I was expecting. I was expecting values between 0 and 1. The fucking highest I've seen is like 0.2. It's 0.16, 0.2. Okay. So if you're greater than, less than 0.2, greater than 0.2. Okay, it's interesting. Okay, so now there are some faster cells and some slower cells. But you still would rather just go in a straight line. Yeah, so it's either ignoring... It's almost certainly just ignoring. We need to stop. Move entity. No. When I raycast. Where you want to go for in color cell. We want to say cell.0 equals assets dot normal material dot clone week. I'm gonna say if if I could just do that because it's probably faster than checking it. Okay, so do that. So that should mean that every time I click it, it'll redraw the path. Wait, I don't want it to be weak. Wait, no, I do. I want it to be move cost. The color needs to be based on the move cost. If I need to go like this. Move cost. Excuse me. Let go of my mouse. Okay. Yeah, so it... Well, I do have an interesting question. Why the hell are you getting your color reset? Oh, because I'm... Never mind, I'm resetting everything with a fucking material. That's why you're getting your color reset. Anyway, only things with move costs now. Cell and cost. If and then we go here and we say if cost greater than 0 is greater than 5, no, greater than 10. Red. Dot normal path target normal target material. That's the red one. If it's else if cost dot 0 is less than 10 assets dot clone week else assets dot normal material clone week. Okay, that should you can also like not print the fucking noise out, please. Right, because you need to be changed to use the underscore because I don't care. So reset all the cells if the when I click reset all this, no, it did fucking work again. Okay. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Wait, well that does make sense. Ish. Okay. Less than... Yeah. If cost is greater than 11 and less than 9. Just to 100% check. All their costs are fucking 10. Yep, all their costs are 10. Right? Can we print line cost? So some reason, something's resetting them then. That's assuming that it does actually print out 0. Because they're obviously getting set to a definitive value. I assume. They're all 10. So, wait. I was setting the color right, but I wasn't setting the fucking value right. There we go. We can probably also get rid of the thing that freaking spews out 10. Okay. They changed to a slightly duller green. But here's the issue. You're still not prioritizing green or avoiding red. Yeah. Alright. So, somewhere something is going very wrong. Cost. Okay. So, the fact that you're doing that is fine. Dog's getting in trouble for killing chickens. What was doing something? I need to set the value, don't I? Yeah. So we kind of want the cost. We need a better. The issue is I kind of want to do the noise better. But I really have no idea how to do the noise better. It could be that we're sampling far too close together. Maybe we're sampling too far apart. Keep them much closer together. See what you get. I feel like the noise is still going to be very random. Hey, there we go. That's kind of what we wanted. You should prioritize going through the green. It's more it's going to be like, you should prioritize avoiding the red. But you don't. You just go straight fucking through it. I feel like the path should be different. Yeah. Right, you just... Okay, that means my fucking A-star is just actually not working. So, it's checking start. When we sort... What if we flip B and A? I think flipping B and A is not going to do anything, because if I remember, that just means I check the furthest one first, which had a huge fucking lag spike that checks every single cell. Maybe we should reduce the size while we're testing this. Okay. We know that that's incorrect, because it just fucking grinds to a halt. Okay. So, it definitely needs to be B A. So we're taking the last. Alright. Maybe we can say less. That might change something, I don't know. Checked. Insert current. Okay. Yeah, so you're still fucking going straight through the middle, you little piece of shit. Alright, so... Your cost is get current entity copied cost. Alright, so I kind of want to go here and I want to say print line cost. Somewhere I'm fucking up how the costing works. Well, apparently the cost is 10, 10, 10. Well, that makes sense. What we need to do is come over the fuck over here. Well, that's the thing. One of these should not have been 10. Yeah. Now they have a fucking cost of 1. Alright. So you're definitely retrieving the correct cost. So current neighbor entity cell end cost. Okay. So can we rent line end cost? End cost. Dot 0. One of your neighbors has a cost of 100. Alright, so the end cost is also returning like same values. So it could be that the tentative G is just getting it wrong. So what did the Wikipedia fucking say? Wiki. That's not right. Where'd my Wikipedia article go? One of these has a Wikipedia article. So don't think it's this one. It's not that one. Like this one. And close that one. I need more tabs open. Okay, fine. A star. Alright. So tentative view, tentative G. That's the issue. Right, so because it's literally rendering only a single attempt. So something somewhere is going fucking wrong. What is it? It could be this, because G score dot get current, so tentative G being infinity. Ooh, wait, G score map with default value infinity. Higher costs worse. Okay, tentative G D is the weight of the edge from the current to neighbor. Okay. Can we print find tentative G? Just fucking. If tentative G is like always infinity, then it's like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. Like, it feels just like it's just always testing the fucking. What is tentative G? Like 80, 80, 80. Why is it spitting out? Well, that doesn't make any sense because one of the neighbors should in theory be closer. Right, like, need to wait for it to get somewhere. I'm gonna click like Go here. Go here, please. Now, if I click on that cell, the fuck did you spit out? It's lots of tens. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay. See, one of them should be closer. Or in that case, maybe not, because it's all 30. Which implies that you've got like actually found the destination. But there should only be 5. 1, 2, 3, 8. It's 8 20s as well. Which is like implying that everything is further away. Just do that. Getting distracted by other stuff now. It's not working and it's annoying me. So oh, you got up to 150. So all of them are initialized with infinity. The start is equal to 0. Okay. And then we need the G-score of current. G-score of neighbors. This. I don't get it. I don't know why it's always faster to travel in a straight line. Something's not updating properly. Open set. Open.insert n. Not in open set. Yeah, that's just how open sets work. It's yeah. We've got to have something the wrong way. So current node. It could be that way that we're calculating F score. When do we set F score? Did we ever set F score? F score. Yes, here. Right. We needed it to be into G. It's well. As not a good way of doing it, that's for sure. But it is in fact not searching everywhere, like I thought it was. Okay. What if we did like distance squared? I have no idea what the path it's traveling is. Oh no. See, like it did go round. That's interesting. So like if I click over here, well, we definitely don't want to be distance squared. I think the issue well, apparently you're off somewhere. But first off, we can probably stop printing it. It's that our F score is not representative. F is how we determine where to check next. So it like checks all of that. Now, I need more colors for one thing, because I need to draw what it's checking. Checked. Just a handle, standard material. So we need to check. We need to go what it's checking. And then I also need to do something else. We need a path. So the actual path, what's being checked. And I need to just say slow, standard material. Okay, so we need to do that. Then we need to just, I guess, copy this and go fast. And right, checked. This is slow. Checked. And that. Okay, so we need to go like yellow, whatever that color is. And then I guess whatever that color is. Okay. So, when we come out here and we say spawn map, whatever, raycasting. Okay. Move entity. So when we move the entity, okay. Random path. No, it's when we do raycasting. Yeah, raycasting. We say you are set to red target. So you should be green. What was green? Green was path. And then you're red, so you're going to be slow. Okay. Then once we have our new path, what was coloring the path in? This was, wasn't it? Checked. So checked needs to be changed to checked. Okay. And then okay. So need to go copy this, but we're gonna say this is no, it's this. But this is new path. Inner. Okay. Checked. Okay, and then this. So this is a new path. So then this would be path material. Okay, so I think that should work. They give me like 5 colors, so I can see what's being checked. The big issue, it seems to be, like at the moment at least. Okay. So it's checking like all of that. All of that. Which it definitely doesn't need to. Which means our heuristics is not strong enough in the correct direction. So if we said wait, maybe we want to go minus. I feel like I'm checking the wrong direction. And then the closer, the smaller the number. I feel like I'm highlighting things in the wrong order, which is interesting. So we need to highlight, right. We need to take all of this. So clear all the cells, highlight the checked, highlight the new path, set the path. Okay. So weirdly, a little weird zigzag. Well, that's extra interesting because it kind of implies that you think that traveling in a fucking zigzag is faster. Well, you can't round something. Huh. Now you're checking everything. Okay. So if I spin back to plus, I really have no idea what I'm fucking doing wrong. Oh, you went around something. What the hell? Why? Oh, here's just the funny thing is you seem to be working like that. The issue is that you've checked like all the way over there. So what I'm thinking is it's probably that it needs to like maybe double or triple the strength. So times 3. Right, like if we 3 times stronger the direction, because what's happening at the moment is that it's sort of checking behind way more. Like, I can't see why it would think going that. Actually, that makes kind of a sense. More like before when I clicked like here and it was like, I'm going to check all the way on the other side. Like, it seems to think that way is faster. It's avoiding going on yellow, but it should be trying to go on green. We got a bad seed for trying on green. Here we go. So, if I go like here, it like zipped along the green. If I go like over here, it's fun on its way pretty quick through that green. Okay, so that implies there must be some kind of zigzag. Like, why is it going up the green? I guess it's because the green is just so much faster. The other issue is I'm doing things that like aren't impassable. I do find it bizarre that it checks so far behind itself. Like, maybe I need to give it like a 10 times precedent to moving in the right direction. But now I think it's going to have the same issue where it's not going to... It's like checking nothing but the correct direction. Yeah, well, that's interesting because it does defer from the correct direction. Like, it would rather go around. That's interesting because as soon as you try to move onto the yellow, it checks a lot more. Okay. See, because it would rather zigzag. Now that's partly because the path cost is high. That makes sense. So like the difference. So because this is 10 and this is 1, it's like it would much rather detour and add. Well, it technically adds nothing, but it would rather detour like way off course. It's gonna be hard to show because I'm pretty sure like if I went from here like across there, it would rather detour down too. The issue is he's miles fucking away. Hurry up. Ah, come on. Yeah. So what's happening is, in theory, if I from here to like here, because there's such a huge difference, it's actually faster to technically go 1, 2, then across these than it would be to go straight. Because even though I'm adding 4 cells, right, this would be here. So that would add a cell. Actually, no, it's the same as just going straight, isn't it? Maybe here. Here to here. Right. Apparently not. Here? Here to here? No. Right, I've given them such a strong precedent for the right direction as well. Interesting. Okay. What have I set it to? Like 3 times? It's probably too strong now. 10 times. Right, 3 times wasn't strong enough, was it? That's the issue, is it? They're exploring way too much when I have it only 3 times in the correct direction. But like yeah, and see, it's deciding that it's so much faster to zigzag through the fast terrain. Which I don't think it's wrong. It is probably way faster. The issue is that because so much of the terrain is slow. What the fuck? Why would it? Why on earth? Oh. This is why I'm gotta strengthen the right direction so much. Okay, it's almost certainly that the terrain is just too strongly weighted. Like the difference between the fastest and the slowest. Like if I make it 3 times, it's going to stop doing that, isn't it? First up, we probably want to go like maybe give it a 4 times strength in the right. Like basically, the 4 times is saying just I want you to prioritize checking the right direction first, even though it's technically faster to go the other way. Run around because it's like fucking taking the ring roads. Anyway, if I change this to like 3 and 2, that should stop all those problems. Because what it is it's just so much faster to travel on the green that the green gets explored. Like every single thing connected to the green gets explored before the next correct direction gets explored. Okay, never mind. Apparently, we are now exploring the entire fucking map. What? Wait, what? If I make you D1 and D5? Like, why are you exploring? The green's the path, right? Like, it means you're going across the entire fucking map to get there. Doesn't make any sense. Mostly because of what I changed doesn't make any sense. Oh no, you're doing the green, that's why I went all green. Okay, never mind. That doesn't mean anything. So I'm gonna go 2 and 3, and then we need to go to where we're coloring everything. There we go. Greater than 2, less than 2. Okay, there we go. See, but it's still having that same thing where it's not exploring any other options but basically the direct path there. Okay, so it is in fact deciding to detour out and around. But again, interesting because it's okay. So 4 is too much. Okay, it's not that 4 is too much. It's the amount that it goes needs to be proportional. So when the weights are high, the distance needs to be high to compensate for it. Can we say G times by distance? I'm trying to work out a way of making it so that it doesn't matter, because I want bigger distances to be worse. So we multiply by the distance. You explore a little bit at the beginning, but then you're pretty well set on your path. See, that's the issue with this, is that it stops exploring as the distance gets smaller. It's an interesting concept, but it should almost certainly... Well, actually, no, the difference between them is pretty low. So. An interesting concept that it explores more widely at the beginning to try and find the best path, but then once it's sort of worked out where it's going, it narrows down its path. Interesting. There's got to be a better way. Like, plus is the right thing to do. What if we did like that, maybe? That would incentivize trying places that are further, but also the middle. Like, I don't think it changes anything, really. Still incentivizes beginning. But that's the issue, is that once it's got a sort of a path, it really wants to stick to it. What's more confusing is, why the hell would you do that? Surely that way's faster. Well, actually, technically, it wouldn't make a difference. So it's just whichever it tries first. So I need some kind of method of working out which is closest. In theory, this all works because unless I want to make obstacles unpassable, like that's more or less what's happening here, is that the algorithm is finding the pseudo best path. But because they're so close together, the algorithm's just kind of going like, yep, these paths are equal. So I'm going to show if the value is less than -1, but we need to put an else if here. If height is less than -0.2, right, we're going to say that your color is sRGB. So you're going to be hard red. Fucking palette, maybe. Yeah, Bevy color. Okay, Bevy color palettes. But it says brown. Brown. Okay. So you're gonna be color brown. Dot s. Dot into. Okay. So then we also want to do the same thing. I'm going to say if you, so your cost is going to be f32 infinity. Then we're going to say else if height is less than negative 0.1. Oh, wrong set of fucking. Okay. Height less than no, 3. Okay, and then we want to go down to when we color things. So we need color. Else if less than negative. Wait, what? You're less than negative? No. Wait. If your cost is greater than 100, then we need to go here. We need to go to plot your solid. And then we need to do the same thing down here, going create a copy of this. It's called solid. Your color is Bevy. It's just colors and color. Okay, it's Bevy. Bevy color palettes brown. Dot into. Okay, call that brown. Then we need to solid. Okay, so color it solid.
I'll be right back.
Alright, let's see if we can get this working, and then I've got to call it a day. Alright, so like these sections, they're unpassable. So the pathfinding algorithm will in fact try to go around them, and as you can see, it'll no, you can't find a path if it's solid. Okay, so like you see, like it'll actually try alternative paths around. It's the main reason is that the algorithm I've given it is to get beelines to where it's going. Basically, it much prefers to go in a straight line. If it can't get there, it'll try all sorts of can't get there. It'll try all sorts of shit checking around. I don't know. I'm happy with that. Alright, I might stream again tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. And if I do, we'll continue on this and we'll add like the ability to turn in the direction you're fucking moving, you little shit. Where you go, you little turd. Run that. Alright. Anyway. I don't know if I'll post the repository or not. People interested, I will. But I'm going to call it for today. So thank you all for tuning in. And I will see you all when I stream next.